The third which we on. In Portuguese. Bernadette? Okay, confirm. Please do confirm. Portuguese is on. We can hear you. We can hear you now, Pedro. There was a time when there was interpretation that you missed. Just to advise that. Sure. Just to advise that the chairperson is asked the Secretariat to confirm the credentials of delegates. Sure. Thank you very much, Chairperson and honorable members. I wish to confirm the credentials of committee members as follows. Present is Lesotho, Honorable Dasala Mafa, Honorable Tseliva Christophe from Madagascar is present. Honorable Leonard Malwanda from Malawi, present. Honorable Ashley Ito from Mauritius, present. Honorable Utara Motu, Namibia, is present. Honorable Richard Labrose, Seychelles, is present. Honorable Darren Beckman, our Vice Chairperson from South Africa, is present. Honorable Ndudus Matsebula, Eswatini is present. Honorable Selemani Zed from Tanzania is present. Honorable Victor Lumai from Zambia is present. So is Honorable Daud Nduen, Zimbabwe is also present. And of course, the chairperson from Mozambique. We have received apologies from Angola, Honorable Diakite, Honorable Lisedi from Botswana, and DRC. Chairperson, I wish to Portuguese interpretation, please. Chair, speak through the mic, Chair. Mic.
Bonjour, merci. Le canal de l'Angola ne fonctionne pas. Je suis avec le... Je stoppe au canal d'Angola, de France. J'écoute la France parce que l'Angola ne fonctionne pas. Comme Madame Diakité n'est pas là, je suis là en ce moment.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nesmento. We duly note that you are in as a proxy for Honorable Diakite. The clarification is appreciated. Bernadette, can we confirm that Portuguese interpretation is which channel? So channel 1 is English, channel 2 is French, and 3 is Portuguese. Okay. You sorted now, Honorable? Sure. So Chair, I wish to formally make a correction. We have Honorable Nascimento as a proxy for Honorable Diakite. In terms of the quorum, we do have a quorum as only 2 out of 15 member parliaments are not represented in the meeting. Chair, I also wish to indicate that we are almost new to each other, all of us, because we have not been meeting physically because of COVID. And as such, the chair may wish to grant members the opportunity to introduce themselves, and so that the members get to know each other. In addition to the members, Chair, I also wish to confirm that in terms of the rules of procedure, we do have observers in the meeting in the form of Dr. Adan Gabrameski from GIZ. As honorable members will know, GIZ are one of the partners of the program and the committee in terms of financial support. And we are honored to have him. We also will have online our resource persons and as well as members of the technical working group. I also noticed that Madame Pusetso is also in the meeting. She is a member of the technical working group that supports the program and the committee. I thank you, Chair.
Muito obrigado, senhor secretário. Passo agora para a agenda do dia. Senhoras deputadas e senhores deputados, o projeto de agenda para esta reunião circulou entre todos os membros. Há alguma proposta a ser feita para alteração ao projeto de agenda? Pelo silêncio, quero acreditar que não há, mas eu propunha na agenda a apresentação do relatório da missão eleitoral à Venezuela. O silêncio, queremos concordar com a agenda. Então, neste momento, passo a pedir um membro para a adoção da agenda. Quem propõe a adoção? O senhor vice-presidente propõe a adoção.
Thank you, Madam President. I will move for the adoption of the agenda.
Obrigado, senhor vice-presidente. Zimbábue, quer falar?
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to second the adoption of the agenda. Thank you.
Obrigado. Apoiada, aprovada a nossa agenda. Antes de entrarmos no fundo da nossa agenda, vou pedir, como sendo esta a nossa primeira reunião que estamos a ter fisicamente, presencialmente, vou pedir a todos os colegas para nos apresentarmos uma oportunidade ímpar para nos conhecermos, porque só nos víamos virtualmente. Então, temos essa soberana oportunidade para poder nos apresentar. Antes, vou eu me apresentar. Eu chamo...
So my name is Geronimo Agostinho. At this moment, I'm the chair of this session and I'm from Mozambique. And so I will call upon the colleagues. Let's start with Lesotho towards the end.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My name is Nthala Mafa, a member of Parliament in the Kingdom in the Sky, Lesotho. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and everyone. My name is Nduduz Matsebula from the Kingdom of Eswatini.
Good morning, Madam Chair and everyone. My name is Leonard Marwanda, MP from Malawi. Thank you.
Bonjour, Madame la Présidente, chers
Hello,
collègues.
Madam Chair. Hello, honorable members. My name is Silva. I am MP in Madagascar, Member of Parliament. Thank you very much.
Good morning, honorable members. My name is Utara Motu. I'm a member of parliament from Namibia.
Morning, honourable members. I'm the outgoing Vice Chair, Darren Bergman, a Member of Parliament in South Africa.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. Lumai Victor, my name is a Member of Parliament from the Republic of Zambia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Chair and everyone. My name is Dauti Ndiweni, Member of Parliament from Zimbabwe.
Bonjour, mesdames et messieurs. Je m'appelle Richard Labrousse.
Hello, Richard Labrousse. I am an honorable member of the Seychelles Parliament. Hello, everyone. Maria Nascimento, MP in Angola. I'm from Angola.
Morning, honorable members. My name is Selemani Zedi, a Member of Parliament from Tanzania.
Muito obrigada.
Thank you very much, dear honorable members of the Standing Committee on Democratization, Government of Human Rights of the Secretary General of the SADC-PF, Committee Secretary, Mr. Sheonani Kurasha, and other staff of the SADC-PF Secretariat and national parliaments, our distinguished resource persons, Advocate Ishara Bodazing, Managing Director, Ibodazing Governance Consultant, Advocate of the High Court, and member of the Companies Tribunal in South Africa, Tatis Gwemende, team leader of the Africa Regional Office of Open Society Foundations, Mr. Ipiana Musopole, Officer Anti-Corruption and Good Governance, SADC Secretariat, Gaborone, Botswana, representatives of partner organizations, representatives of media organizations, ladies and gentlemen. It is my singular honor and privilege to welcome you to this statutory meeting of the Standing Committee on Democratization, Governance and Human Rights of the SADC-PF, which is being held during the 51st Plenary Assembly session under the theme towards strengthening the role of Parliament in curbing corruption and promoting accountability in the SADC region, engaging parliamentarians on how to use public finance management to execute measures to fight corruption. We are meeting at a time when the world is battling two major crises, namely the COVID-19 pandemic and the Russia-Ukraine conflict that have had devastating effects on the global economy, including an astronomical rise in fuel prices and a similar trend being projected for food prices. This is in addition to the various pre-existing challenges, such as a shrinking global economy, political crisis, rising unemployment, and ailing healthcare systems. SADC member states, being part of the global village, have not been spared by these challenges and must therefore face them head-on. Honorable members and distinguished participants, our theme towards strengthening the role of Parliament in curbing corruption and promoting accountability in the SADC region, engaging parliamentarians on how to use public finance management to execute measures to fight corruption, gives us a timely, as parliamentarians, to interrogate some of these matters, particularly important in order to find for the benefit of the citizen. This is particularly important as the SADC-PF has developed the Sadak model law on public financial management as a comprehensive tool to entrench transparency and accountability in the management of public finances in SADC member states. Honorable members and distinguished participants, a sound, transparent, and effective public financial management system is a fulcrum of democratic accountability in any country. And so, since guarantees effectiveness in the way in which public resources are collected, allocated, spent, and accounted for, it is incontestable that the large amounts of money involved in the management of public finances on one hand, and the discretion that is often given to public officials on the other hand, will often render public finance management vulnerable to corruption. Corruption is a threat to democracy, as it does not only erode public trust in public institutions, but is also hampers economic development and aggravates inequality, poverty, social division, and the environmental crisis. I therefore welcome the development of the public finance management model law, as it will help countries of the region to benchmark and set best practices as they seek to plug any legislative, policy, and implementation gaps based on their national contexts. Indeed, the SADC Parliamentary Forum must be commended for this trailblazing initiative, which adds to the growing body of regional and international instruments that offer an array of strategies to mitigate the effects of corruption and propel the region towards socio-economic transformation, as espoused in SADC Vision 2050, Africa Union Agenda 2063, and the Global Sustainable Development Goals. Other important instruments in this regard include the SADC Protocol Against Corruption, adopted in August 2001 and entered into force in 2003, the AU Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, adopted in 2003 and entered into force in 2006, and the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, honorable members and distinguished participants. Curbing corruption and strengthening democratic accountability through public finance management systems require parliaments of SADC member states be proactive in ensuring the establishment of robust public financial management system and effective monitoring of the same for compliance through oversight. The legislature must live up to citizens' expectations by serving as a genuine public forum for scrutiny and checks and balances, thereby helping them to break the patterns of social traps and vicious circle of corruption in society. Parliaments are duty-bound to ensure that adequate progressive laws and policies are put in place to enhance transparency and accountability in the management of public finances. The laws so passed by Parliament ought to include mechanisms and safeguards for effective budget execution, efficient management of collected revenues, as well as fair, competitive, and transparent public procurement processes. I therefore wish to reiterate the call that was made by the former Minister of Finance of South Africa, Mr. Tito Mboweni, that national parliaments should strengthen their respective anti-corruption legal frameworks, in particular in critical areas of prevention, criminalization, international cooperation, extradition, and assets recovery. Having good laws against corruption is not enough. Laws are not a panacea for corruption. In addition to the laws, Parliament should also ensure that there is adequate enforcement. Law enforcement agencies should ensure that the corrupt are indiscriminately punished and the cycles of impunity are broken. There is also a need for proper functioning institutions, including an independent judiciary, a robust media, and a vibrant civil society. Parliaments themselves should strengthen the relevant parliamentary committees and enhance their internal technical capacity to review the budget and financial reports from government ministries and agencies. Parliaments should utilize resources such as the benchmarks for democratic parliaments in Southern Africa from SADC-PF, which provides minimum standards on the constitutional and legal framework, political institutions, financial, material, and human resources requirements for truly democratic parliaments.
Honourable members and distinguished participants, I am glad that over the last 2 years, this committee has greatly contributed to the objectives of SADC-PF as espoused in its strategic plan 2019-2023, the Constitution and rules of procedure regarding the strengthening of democratic accountability, including curbing corruption, the limitations placed by the COVID-19 pandemic notwithstanding. For example, the program is currently developing various knowledge tools for use by parliamentarians in tackling the various challenges they face in undertaking their work. These include the principles and guidelines for parliaments in curbing corruption in the SADC region, the guidelines for parliaments in promoting and protecting human rights, the handbook on the role of Parliament in promoting and protecting human rights during pandemics and crises, the baseline study on the mechanisms and practices for separation of powers and checks and balances in SADC national parliaments. Various activities have also been implemented to strengthen the capacity of parliamentarians on critical democracy and governance themes, including the following: the role of Parliament in conflict prevention and management, the role of Parliament in promoting, protecting human rights, the role of Parliament in promoting constitutionalism in the rule of law, and the role of Parliament in promoting democratic elections. We have also continued to promote peer learning and experience sharing among members. Today's meeting will continue along the same trajectory, capacitating members on how they can use parliamentary control in public finance management to foster democratic accountability, openness, and to curb corruption. Members will also be exposed to the linkages between the SADC-PF model law and the SADC protocol against corruption, as well as other regional and international instruments on combating corruption with a view to identify and to pursue opportunities for domestication at national level. We shall conclude by adopting specific recommendations to the Plenary Assembly on priority areas for action by parliaments at national and regional level to strengthen the role of Parliament in curbing corruption and promoting accountability through PFM in the Sadak region. I am also aware of the fact that we are meeting at a time when we have made several recommendations that were adopted by the Plenary Assembly with the aim of promoting democracy and governance in the Sadak region in line with our mandate. These include, but not limited to, promoting the domestication of SAD model law on elections in member states, the development of the Sadak model law on the role of Parliament in promoting and protecting constitutionalism and rule of law, the development of the SADC model law on small arms and light weapons. We will therefore get an opportunity to be updated by the Secretariat, which has been working tirelessly under the guidance of the Chairperson and Vice Chairperson to ensure the effective implementation of these decisions. This meeting, which is held at the end of the tenure for the current office bearers, will let us to conclude our business with electing the chairperson and vice chairperson who shall lead this committee for the next 2 years. We are grateful to the Swedish government for having agreed to the addition of a component on strengthening democratic accountability to the existing project on sexual and reproductive health and rights and governance. This is the project under which our meeting today is being funded. We look forward to continued collaboration with Sweden towards democratic consolidation in the Sadak region. I would also like to thank our esteemed resource persons who have accepted to grace our meeting and share their subject expertise, which will allow the committee to make informed deliberations and recommend to the plenary assembly accordingly. Mr. J. Cruz, Director of Public Service Accountability Monitor, School of Journalism and Media Studies at the Rhodes University in South Africa and member of the Technical Working Group on the PFM Model Law. Dr. Ishara Bodazing, Managing Director of Bodazing Governance Consultants in South Africa. Mr. Ipiana Musopole, Anti-Corruption Enforcement Officer at Sadak organ, Body on Politics, Defense and Security Affairs at the SADC Secretariat. Mr. Titus Gwemende, Team Leader of the Africa Regional Office for the Open Society Foundation Africa. We are also grateful to the members of the Regional Parliamentary Model Law Oversight Committee who will be joining us for the meeting, and to the members of the DGHR Technical Working Group who will join us virtually. Allow me to end by wishing the meeting very fruitful deliberations. It is my singular honor and privilege to declare the statutory meeting of the DGHR committee officially opened. Thank you.
Senhores deputados e senhoras deputadas, passamos então a fazer a
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now go through the minutes to make sure that it is a true representation of what happened. We're going through point by point and make any corrections that may occur on the 3 official versions.
Página por página. Alguém tem observação?
Is there any comment on page 1? Any corrections, any comment? If not, we can move on to page 2.
Alguma observação?
Any comment?
Alguma observação?
Any comment on page 2? If not, we will move on to page 3.
Now again.
If not,
vamos continuar. Quem tiver alguma observação numa página.
If you have any comment, any correction, please raise your hand.
Podemos continuar?
We can continue.
Podemos continuar.
Let us continue.
Pode continuar. Podemos continuar.
We can continue.
Quem tiver algo vai. Terminamos.
We have come to the end of our appraisal of the minutes. I don't believe there are any comments. The minutes reflect the discussions and the issues raised at the previous meeting. At this moment, I submit it for appraisal. Who proposes adoption of the minutes?
Senhor Vice-Presidente, por favor.
Mr. Vice Chairperson.
Propose the adoption of these minutes.
Quem apoia?
Who supports the adoption of the minutes? Seychelles.
Tem a palavra, Carlos.
You have the floor.
Yes, Madam Chair, second the adoption of the minutes.
A nossa ata está devidamente aprovada.
Our minutes are duly approved.
Neste momento que devemos dar dizer, depois convidar -se. Okay. Convido você para tomar o lugar agora. Estava a acertar alguma questão.
I was just
Mas neste momento eu convido o secretário para.
I would like to invite the secretary to take the floor.
Sorry, my sincere apologies, honorable members. I'm trying to share my screen. That's one. There we go. Yes, Honorable Chair, I'm going to share 3 documents in respect of the agenda item on matters arising. The first one is the matrix on the resolutions that were taken by the committee previously, and the action that has been taken or is being taken by the Secretariat. The second one is relates to the Sadak election calendar. As honorable members would know, by virtue of our mandate, one of the things that the committee deals with is the observation of elections or deployment of election-related missions to member states, and more precisely in recent times, the domestication of the Sadak model law on elections. So we are going to project this just to give members a general idea of where elections are taking place between now and 2026 within the Sadak region. Thirdly is the work plan for the committee, just to appraise members in terms of the forthcoming activities and where we will require the participation of the members. As I'm projecting on the screen, I request honorable members to refer to the document written resolution implementation matrix for the DGHR committee. The first resolution, honorable members, that I wish to highlight relates to the resolution on enhancing the role of Parliament in curbing corruption and strengthening accountability. As honorable members will recall that in 2020, we convened a meeting under the funding of GIZ, where we were looking at enhancing collaboration between national parliaments and national and regional, state and non-state actors in curbing corruption. And out of there, one of the resolutions was we need to enhance the capacity of Parliament to be able to do more to curb corruption and strengthen accountability. So I highlight here that the theme for the committee during its 51st plenary assembly session is towards strengthening the role of Parliament in curbing corruption and promoting accountability in the Sadak region, and engaging parliamentarians on how to use public financial management to execute measures to fight corruption. So we are having this theme precisely because of the resolution that was made by the committee to say we need to be enhanced in this regard. And the meeting will strengthen the capacity of members, facilitate their knowledge sharing opportunities, and facilitate adoption of resolution for more parliamentary action to foster democratic accountability, openness, and the curbing of corruption. We also are glad to report to the committee that we have engaged a consultant under GIZ funding, which is GIZ and Australian aid, but development agents, to develop regional principles and guidelines for parliaments in curbing corruption and strengthening accountability. This is a knowledge tool that parliamentarians will be able to use beyond the funding of the project. It's a tool that can be used at national and regional level, and it will provide, among other things, a normative standards in addition to being a knowledge tool for MPs. And once we have received the draft tool, we will also give this committee an opportunity to validate the tool before it is finally adopted. And that still gives the members an opportunity to enhance their knowledge around this topic. The second resolution that we highlight is one relating to enhancing the role of Parliament in the promotion and protection of human rights. The honorable members will also remember that one of the areas we have, the committee has focused on in the last 2 years is to strengthen the role of Parliament to promote and protect human rights. You will recall that when COVID-19 came, because of the general outcry in terms of violation of human rights, part of it related to government responses to COVID, trying to deal with health and safety issues. There were also challenges related to human rights. These human rights also related, stretched as far as even the most vulnerable of communities who were locked down and sometimes with difficulties to access basic services as required in terms of our constitution's basic services such as health, etc. I remember when the committee met in one session, the chairperson, then now president of Seychelles, highlighting that whatever forms of lockdown that are being implemented by our member states, democracy should not be locked down, human rights should not be locked down. So in this context, we have also engaged a consultant under GIZ ADA funding to develop a regional tool for parliaments in promoting and protecting human rights. And this tool will also be validated by the committee to make sure that whenever we look at the role of Parliament in promoting and protecting human rights, it is systematic and not ad hoc or knee-jerk. We also will develop a tool, a handbook that will focus on the role of Parliament in protecting human rights during crisis, drawing lessons from COVID. And we have felt it is necessary to separate the two because the circumstances and context are slightly different. There is one way we have a general role of parliamentarians in promoting and protecting human rights, but when there are circumstances of crisis, the context differs, and therefore we need to develop a handbook that will focus specifically on that. So this is what we are doing. On the third resolution, relates to taking measures to promote women's political participation in the Sadak region. This one emanates from the general recommendation regarding to electoral outcomes. Honorable members will remember that in recent times, the last election we observed was the pre-election mission to Zambia, and which we did virtually. And like what is happening across the region, there's still challenges with issues of gender equality when it comes to elections. And the committee then said we need to look at what measures can we take to facilitate women participation, political participation in the Sadak region. And honorable members will also recall that thematically this matter falls squarely on other committees other than the DG committee. The Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development has a mandate. The Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus also has a mandate around the same. So this activity will take a joint committee approach, but it's being led by the DG committee. Again, under the GIZ ADA funding, we have contracted a consultant to undertake a region-wide study on the challenges that women face in the running for political positions, and in order to gain deeper and comprehensive understanding of the challenges and assist SADC-PF and national parliaments in identifying possible strategies to address the challenges. The importance of undertaking these studies, honorable members, is that we need evidence, we need accurate data for us to be able to make relevant recommendations. And that's why you see in most of the areas we are having to undertake either a study or developing a knowledge tool, because we need to establish baseline, we need research to back whatever recommendations we are going to make to the plenary, to also need evidence to inform our programming. When we recommend then certain activities to be undertaken, they must be anchored on the basis of evidence emanating from research. We will also then, using the outcome of the region-wide study, convene a regional policy dialogue that brings gay-wide, that brings the RWPC and our committee to be able to interrogate this matter and make recommendations going forward. Then the fourth item is promote the domestication of the Sadak model law on elections in member states. As honorable members will recall, one of the seminal and landmark activities of the committee in the last 5 years has been the development of the Sadak model law on elections, which model law anchors on the revised Sadak principles and guidelines that were adopted by the Ministerial Council of the organ in 2015. And we developed the Sadak model law, and it was adopted in 2018 by the plenary assembly. And the committee is mandated to make sure that we deal with issues of domestication, because in the end, the main challenge is that the principles, guidelines, and obligations that are contained in the revised principles continue to be at regional level and not necessarily thoroughly or comprehensively implemented at national level. And therefore, we need to focus on domestication. At the moment, we have resources from under the GIZ ADA project to implement a national engagement workshop in Lesotho, which brings all electoral stakeholders in Lesotho to do an evaluation of the legal framework in Lesotho against the model law on elections. And the Parliament has tentatively confirmed 18 and 19 May as the date for the national engagement process. We will have representation of the committee through the leadership, but this is largely a national activity. What we always strive to do is, if we do have resources for the exposure of members of the DG committee, it is our wish and desire for members to be present. But that must be done in balancing with making sure that there is adequate national representation, because the workshop is national in nature. And Lesotho, as you know, is going to elections later this year, as you see from the Sadak election calendar. As a result, we are doing this as a pre-election kind of assessment. The honorable members, the fifth resolution is one relating to the development of model law on the role of Parliament in promoting and protecting constitutionalism and rule of law. You will recall that at the last two meetings, this committee financed a resolution which was in the report calling for the development of this model law as a way of strengthening Parliament's capacity to be able to deal with issues of separation of powers, in order to then be able to promote constitutionalism and the rule of law. And the last plenary approved the resolution. And arising from that, we have engaged a consultant with funding from Sweden to undertake a baseline study on mechanisms and practices for separation of powers and checks and balances in national parliaments as part of the background work for the development of the model law. Honorable members, in the letter written by the Secretary General to National Parliament, it was indicated that one of the people that must be interviewed is each parliament's representative to this committee. So please make sure that you ask your desk officer if they have not come to you yet to complete this questionnaire. It means that that work remains outstanding until you have made your input. We have, through purposive sampling, identified key informants or interviewees that could be interviewed for this purpose. And the member of the DG committee in each parliament is one of those. So please look out, and we will, through the group, be liaising to see where this process is after the committee session. But we would want you to take interest because you are the committee's representative in your parliament. We are also mobilizing resources to then make sure that when the baseline study has been undertaken, we will have a consultative meeting with all stakeholders where we map the scope and the process of developing this model law. We do not have those resources yet, and that's what we are fundraising for. Then the other last item in terms of decisions, resolutions, Chair, there was also a resolution by the committee adopted by the plenary in the last plenary regarding the development of the model law on small arms and light weapons. And in view of this, we are in consultation with the International Committee of the Red Cross, ICRC, and the Disarmament and Arms Control. These are two international organizations with regards to getting technical support, because it's an area of mutual interest for them, and also to formalize collaboration so that we see what resources do we get, technical, financial, to be able to operationalize this. Parallel to that, the Secretary General has written to the Sadak Secretariat requesting for joint planning, because this matter of small arms and light weapons is also a matter of concern to the executive, and they have a program which is being funded under German funding regarding this, and we would want to explore collaboration. That collaboration hasn't taken off yet, but the Secretary General has written to the Sadak Secretariat. Lastly, Chair, is to report to the committee that we have established the Democratization, Governance and Human Rights Technical Working Group, which is like a group that provides technical support to the program in terms of, these are individuals drawn from institutions that we collaborate with, so that they bring in technical support. Sometimes they also identify funding opportunities for us. As you know, honorable members, our programming is financed 100% through donor funding. We are meeting today courtesy of funding provided by Sweden under the Democracy and Governance component in the SRHR and Governance project. And if we do not fundraise, committees may not meet in the manner they're doing. So in this regard, we have formalized a technical working group. So it will be like a think tank or a resource that we tap from. When we meet like we are doing today, we draw resource persons. Some of them will come from that technical working group. So this is established and it's functional, and we are grateful to the organizations that have accepted to serve in this capacity. We will, at the next meeting, share with the members the list of the representatives and the organizations they represent. Chair, I wish to stop this one and proceed to share the one on the election calendar.
Chair.
Zimbabwe.
Thank
Tem
you,
a palavra.
Zimbabwe, you've got the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was wondering if should we wait for clarifications after all the presentations, or it would be better to seek clarification after each presentation?
Acho que depende de nós.
I think it depends on us. I think maybe we could present some, if there is any suggestion, please.
Deputado Ndiweni, qual era a tua?
So Honorable Ndiweni, so what do you intend to propose?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was proposing that we interrogate the presentation done, I mean, as he goes along. Like now he's presented this one, we could seek clarification, then we move along. Then we know we are done with the matrix and we move along to the next presentation. Thank you.
Consensual?
Do we have a consensus on this one?
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. I feel I want to second the proposal from Zimbabwe because, as you are aware, I've come to learn that this committee is such very important to the welfare of Southern Africa, and the issues which have been raised are such important that if we don't interrogate the report, we proceed, we may forget what is cardinal. So I propose that we go by the proposal by Zimbabwe, that we interrogate what has been presented. I submit.
Muito obrigado. Acolhido.
Thank you very much. So I now ask that the committee interrogates the matrix. Thank you.
Zimbabwe, pode usar a palavra.
Thank you.
Zimbabwe, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank Mr. Kurasha for his presentation on the matrix. I just have one clarification or observation that I've noticed. We don't have timelines. Did we not set timelines, or should we not set timelines for ourselves? Because if we have all these objectives and we don't have, and they are open-ended, the committee would tend to relax and we'll just look at the 2 years starting from now. And my wish would be to see timelines set on whatever process that we have. I thank you.
Mais alguém que queira contribuir?
Anyone else would like to come up with a proposal? Comment?
Caros colegas.
Dear colleagues.
Malawi.
Malawi.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Mine is an observation from the presentation where it is said that our meetings will solely depend on donor funding. Don't we see that it's very dangerous because we are trying to learn our objectives depending on somebody's wish? Thank you.
Obrigado, Malawi.
Thank you, Malawi.
Lesotho.
Lesotho.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure whether it's appropriate for me to get into but for where it talks about the promotion of and domestication of the Sadak law on elections in the member states. So I just want the secretary to make more clarification on elections on Lesotho. He spoke about Lesotho, so I just want to have more clarification of what you are saying in connection with Lesotho. Thank you.
Obrigada, Lesotho.
Thank you, Lesotho.
Zambia.
Zambia.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson and the moderator. As I earlier stated that it has come to my attention that this is a very interesting committee. I was quite listening to the presentation by the chairperson and what we have just gone through. However, I just want to get a clarification as to what this SADC committee is doing. As much as we want to promote a democracy and good governance, promoting accountability, we are aware that within Southern Africa, we have got countries who attained democracy long time ago, and we have countries which are newly born babies where democracy is concerned. And going through the presentation, I haven't heard what measures have been put in place to ensure that even countries, those who have just accepted democracy, can be handled, because you agree with me that like public finance management in the Republic of Zambia I come from, I was one of the members who sat to work on that document for the Republic of Zambia, being a member of Public Accounts Committee. So in other countries, it's very difficult to go through this process of accepting the public finance management because democracy has just come into those countries. So what I want to know is, what is this committee putting in place regarding countries which have just accepted democracy? Thank you.
Muito obrigado, Zambia.
Thank you, Zambia.
Mais algum colega que queira?
Any more comment from any other colleague on this item?
Não é o caso. Passo agora a palavra.
Now, with no further matters, I will ask the Secretary to clarify these issues.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and also to appreciate the interest of the members as reflected by the questions, quite diverse, and giving us an opportunity to make sure that members are made aware of more information regarding the work of the committee. The issue of timelines for the matrix, when be assured that when we consider the work plan is timelines. So here we just indicated in progress, in process, but the work plan is distinct when it comes to the timelines. Then the comment, more of a comment from Malawi regarding the concern that we entirely depend on donor funding for programming and commit meetings. Indeed, it is even worse for Secretariat in terms of planning, because every time we must mobilize resources before we can organize activities for the members. And sometimes that's why you even see us organizing virtual activities, because of the challenges with mobilizing resources. It was already difficult before COVID. COVID made it worse. It is even going to be worse with Ukraine, the Russian war, and the diversion of the traditional funders' resources towards those dynamics. Sorry. So it means that the donor countries are going to have to adjust and redirect certain resources that would have been ODA funding that would have positioned for. So it's only going to be more difficult. That brings us to the question of domestic resource mobilization. And honorable members, the budget of the forum is determined and approved by yourselves in the plenary assembly. And the contributions that come from member parliaments are decisions of member parliaments for where you come from. So as a result, if this is a matter that the political leadership wants to give reconsideration, it is a matter that you must take up through the national parliament, take up through the plenary assembly when the budget of the forum is presented. But just to confirm that indeed for the secretariat, it's even more difficult for us to plan in a predictable way when we have to fundraise, and sometimes the fundraising means that we look for areas where there are mutual interest. There are certain areas sometimes where you struggle to raise donor interest because they are not areas where they are not necessarily interested in. So it's a valid concern, and this matter should be taken up by yourselves as the political leadership of the institution. Then the issue of promotion of domestication of the Sadak model law with Honorable Zala in Lesotho. So the model law on elections is a tool that was developed to assist member states to domesticate the provisions of the Sadak principles and guidelines governing democratic elections into national legislation and national policy. So what we have done post the adoption is using the Sadak election calendar and the funding opportunities is then to say, which countries do we have donors with interest where we can go and engage so that we either have a pre-election mission, an election mission, or a post-election mission. So in the end, the intention is to make sure that all the Sadak countries do domesticate the provisions of the model. The beauty of it, or the opportunity which is there in terms of the domestication, is that after every 5 years, every country is assessed through election observer missions. So as a result, there is usually no debate. It's different from the other matters where you must entice stakeholders to say, we want to come into your country, would you want to listen to this matter? We think that there are gaps. Election observer mission reports lay bare the gaps that are there. So the model law provides an opportunity for us to be able to respond. So what has happened is that we have resources that we have gotten under GIZ and other funding where we could go into Lesotho. And as a member of the DG committee, you will be part of that meeting. And it is being organized jointly with the parliament. And we will bring together, as I said, all the stakeholders, because the responsibility in terms of addressing the issues that are in the model law lie with the different role players. There are issues that relate to election management which the Electoral Commission must deal with. There are certain issues that relate to issues of maybe political and electoral conflict where political parties have a role. There are issues related to media where we need to look at the role of media players. There are issues related to the role of the social media and sometimes violence that is churned out through social media targeting women. And so it's a basket of issues, and therefore a basket of stakeholders that we will bring. So we bring the regional dimension through the leadership of the committee to make sure that we share information in terms of benchmarking, but this is primarily a national activity. Then the issue of how do we respond to the different countries that are at different levels in terms of democratic development through our programming. Sadak Parliamentary Forum is a membership driven organization. And as such, our programming targets all the member states, irrespective of where they are in terms of the democratization process. And in the end, what we have learned through programs such as election observation is that countries are at different levels in terms of development regarding different things. There's no one single country that will not learn from the other country, regardless of when did it get its own independence. So as a result, one of the beauty of the Sadak Parliamentary Forum, bringing parliamentarians from the different countries of the region, is that we learn from each other. We peer learn, we share experiences. So our programming targets all the countries. As long as we have resources, we have identified our priorities, as we will see through the resolutions of the committee and the mandate of the committee. Ideally, we would even want to rotate the holding of activities in different member states. One of the limiting factors, of course, is the issue of cost, where you realize that if we were to hold activities in other countries other than South Africa, almost all of us would need to travel 2 legs before we get to the venue of the meeting. And as a result, sometimes it becomes prohibitive in terms of cost. But otherwise, we would really want the activities to be circulated. And this is actually the policy of the institution, so that everyone identifies, every country identifies with the activities, and they feel that they are part and parcel of this process. So all our activities will always be spread across the countries as to make sure that we draw lessons from each other. Chair, at this juncture, I think I wish to stop here.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary, for your answers, your very detailed answers, which I believe has clarified us. I would now ask you to speak on the second point.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I wish to project the elections calendar and share with the members accordingly. So the Sadak election calendar, which is on your screens. So we just did it by country from 2022 this year to 2026. Angola will have its presidential elections in August 2022, and it will also have its National Assembly elections in 2022. And honorable members, through the chair, you are free to make input regarding the situation in your country, just in case we may not have captured it correctly. And Botswana, the next election is 2024. The president is elected by the National Assembly, so the elections there are National Assembly elections. DRC is due for elections in 2023, both presidential and National Assembly. Eswatini, presidential elections, as you know, they use a parliamentary system where there is a prime minister who is elected by who is appointed by the monarch. So through the Tikunja system, Eswatini uses a system where there are 2 levels of elections. There are primary elections, quite separate from the understanding of conventional primary elections in a party system. In the Tikunja system, the primary elections are as important, if not more important, than the secondary election. So if there is opportunity and resources, ordinarily it would be good to observe both. I did not know this until we observed elections in Eswatini. So if you miss the primary elections, you will be like the person who has missed the main meal and then come to take part in a dessert. That's how the system is structured. And Honorable Matebula can attest. Then Lesotho has the primary elections, National Assembly elections in 2022, probably September. Yes. And they also use a parliamentary system, so there is no presidential elections. Madagascar is the presidential elections first round in 2023 and the National Assembly in 2024. Malawi, the presidential elections will be in 2025 and the National Assembly in 2024. The variation from where we stand and we can be corrected emanated from the challenges around the presidential elections, which then changed the tenure of the presidential election, which used to run concurrently with the tenure of parliament. So we would wish to get feedback from Malawi. I saw him not so naughty. Mauritius, they also have elections in 2024, presidential elections where the president is elected by the National Assembly, and the National Assembly elections in the same year. Mozambique also falls in the same category, 2024 for both. Seychelles, 2025 for both. South Africa, 2024 for both, with the president elected by the National Assembly. Tanzania, the two elections are in 2025. Zambia in 2026, and Zimbabwe in 2023 for both. Chair, at this juncture, I hand over to you and would like to receive feedback of the members. As I said, we are sharing this information because part of the mandate of this committee relates to promotion of democratic elections in member states through the domestication of the Sadak model law on elections. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I must just say that I think one of the most important works that this committee can do is election monitoring. And I think one of the things that we haven't done enough of is election monitoring. The two important programs that we did was the election monitoring for Zambia before the Zambian elections. And two of our colleagues then went, as you'll read in the report, to Venezuela. But I think it's important that election monitoring starts at home. And with what you're seeing here, there's going to be a whole lot of elections taking place in the next 2-3 years, that the election monitoring starts here. And I think one of the most important things that has been said, election monitoring doesn't start a week or a month before elections. It actually starts the day after the last elections, because that's when the governments start planning to try and keep power, is the day after the last elections. So what we found, the president and myself, what I found very useful was actually the virtual meeting with Zambia was very useful, because we actually got to speak to, through the secretariat, we got to meet with a whole host of people in a few days, but we were able to meet with the top people in a closed room over a small session quicker. So it was actually more effective and more cost saving. And I think that it's important that we look through our role model laws, that maybe election monitoring doesn't have to always be us arriving in a big place and allowing that government to show us the places they want to show us. But maybe it starts off with us maybe having virtual meetings with stakeholders in the country, and it could be including then the whole committee can be involved in the actual first virtual meetings. And then we go to, a few people going in to visit the actual country and going to the areas where they believe from the interviews, they believe that they want to go. They tell the Secretariat where they believe it's important that we go. So I'm going to take a few hands for comments or clarity-seeking questions, or if you want to suggest something further from what you've seen in the timetable or correction, please just raise your hands, please. Lesotho.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I would like our secretary to give us more clarification on the difference between primary elections and secondary elections, especially in Eswatini. I can't understand how it goes.
Yes, Malawi.
Just to put clarity, Malawi will hold its tripartite elections in 2025. Thank you.
Great. Any further comments or? Yes, Angola.
Thank you. I would just like to say that Angola is holding its elections in August of this year. And I don't know whether the Secretariat has made any proposal to Angola for any virtual meetings or in-person meetings to get more information on the elections. The elections are currently being prepared. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Kurash.
Chair, thank you very much. Maybe let me start with the comment that the chair makes, which is very critical. So usually when we deploy throughout the election cycle, pre-election, election, and post-election. So ordinarily where majority of the members get to participate is the main election observation mission, which then covers pre-polling, polling, and counting and declaration of results. Pre-election tends to be a technical mission where few selected members, maybe chairperson and vice, or other, the maximum of 2 because of cost and the nature of it being a technical mission. Fewer members participate when we do it physically. But when we have done it virtually, it has enabled all the members to also then participate and get an opportunity to learn. One of the challenges we have faced is what I would characterize as asymmetrical knowledge of the role of the committee in elections amongst the members because of the changes that come. Some members are new, and when they come, maybe our activities are not focusing a lot on elections, so they don't get to learn enough. We also, they may be not have observed elections. We don't have an opportunity to train them, although we are actually the ones that train. We do not then set up a program to train members, so they have limited knowledge. But when we have undertaken virtual pre-election consultations, it has really given all the members an opportunity to participate, and I found that to be helpful. I remember Honorable Siliva was very new when he took part in the Zambian pre-election mission. And we got him to chair some of the sessions with stakeholders. And from where we stand, that is empowering. It allows the members to also learn and come on board. So we would want to propose that even where we may have resources for undertaking pre-election missions, the pre-election and post-election missions, we continue to also explore the opportunities for virtual to allow to broaden participation of the committee. And this is the approach we are going to take. This links well with the person from Honorable Nesman regarding our participation in Angola. We will engage because our participation is facilitated through National Assembly, which makes sure that we are invited by the Electoral Commission. Yes, and then we take it from there. So we will be following up and making sure that this is done, and we'll keep you as the proxy member of the DG informed so that if there are any things that we may need facilitation with, the SG's office will be able to liaise with you. Then the issue of the primary and secondary elections in Eswatini, probably to be, we may get an opportunity in the future to explore further, but the beauty of it, Chair, is that we actually have a member from Eswatini. And if the Chair agrees, probably we could give the member from Eswatini, who is a product of the same process, to share with the members how the primary and secondary elections happen. If there are anything that I think would be necessary to add, I could add. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. Basically, a constituency is made out of chiefdoms. For an example, in my constituency, I have 4 chiefdoms. Primary elections are basically elections that takes place within the chiefdom. And secondary elections, it's where you compete with other hopefuls from the other chiefdoms. And then whoever then wins there represents the constituency as a whole. But anyone who needs clarity on this, we can take it even outside this meeting for more clarity.
Yeah, sure. The Chair, that is well in order. Through you, Chair, I'm noticing that our next presenter is indicating that he will struggle to go beyond 11:45, and as a result, if the Chair concurs, we might have to allow him to present, because today is a Sunday, it's a public holiday. We had secured their understanding to participate in our meetings, and we are grateful and would not want to inconvenience them any further. As I speak, he is in the meeting, J. Cruz, and he is hearing that we are trying to address his plea. So at this juncture, Chair, if there is no objection, I would propose that we move to that session, and then we can come back to complete the presentation. What was outstanding is the work plan, and then we would have completed the matters arising.
Sure. So we're going to then ask for our guest speaker to take the floor now. I'm going to be listening on the virtual platform. Unfortunately, I have to get to the side meeting. So please, the guest speaker can come to the front, and then after the guest speaker, we will have a break. Well, after question time, we'll have a 15-minute break, and then the guest speaker, we will then continue with the rest of the program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. The speaker is actually online. J. Cruz. Honorable members, J. Cruz is is the Director for Public Service Accountability Monitor, PSA, PSAM, of School of Journalism and Media Studies at Rhodes University in South Africa, and is a member of the Technical Working Group on Public Financial Management for the Sadak Parliamentary Forum. And he is our resource person for this session on reflections on the public financial management, how parliamentarians can utilize parliamentary control to foster democratic accountability and curbing corruption. Essentially, we're looking at part 6 of the model law on public financial management relating to parliamentary control, including checks and balances and mechanisms and practices and functions and powers of public accounts committees. We will also use this opportunity for members to also share experience after the presenter has made his presentation. Jay, the chairperson has given you the floor. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to all honourable members. Thank you for the opportunity to engage with you this morning, and apologies for requesting that my session commence. I'm just unfortunately under time constraints. It is a privilege to be part of your session this morning, and also greetings to my colleagues who are fellow resource persons. I don't know how many of the members of the Standing Committee for Democratisation, Governance and Human Rights have had an opportunity as of yet to consider the draft model law. I am screen sharing it with you this morning. I will keep an eye on the chat and endeavour to respond there as well. The drafting process is at a fairly advanced stage, and there's been a significant number of consultations that the SADC-PF have enabled and fostered over the past few months. When I last counted, there were 17 sessions involving a diversity of stakeholders involved in and interested in the model law, including consultations with various standing committees, various constituencies, Auditor General's offices for Supreme Audit institutions, prosecutors responsible for prosecuting financial management crimes, World Bank, IMF, donors, the likes. So there's been an extensive consultation process involving the legal drafter who was appointed some time back. Daniel Greenberg, CB, is the legal drafter, and I'm a member of the technical working group. Very briefly, I'm previously a lawyer by profession. I work at Rhodes University in South Africa, and have some experience engaging with PFM legislation. So yeah, I wanted to briefly run you through key provisions as they relate, I think, to parliamentary oversight. And I would invite questions from members, either via the chat or, of course, using the Zoom platform, and with the assistance of the Secretary and the Secretary General, just to get guidance. I'll just enlarge the view. So I've taken the liberty, if I may, of highlighting certain key provisions in the model law. And initially, there's of course sections dealing with rationale and objectives, and emphasizing the purpose of a model law. And of course, it's there to support and enable more effective, efficient utilization of public funds, but also to support parliamentary oversight, and to hopefully address certain gaps that may exist in member states' existing laws. It also, of course, in the rationale notes the kind of frailties and deficits in budgets, and the impacts of debt. But significantly, I've heard from members this morning, of course, the pressures that countries are facing amidst the COVID pandemic. The model law at the outset notes some of the challenges that we face in the region. These challenges are not necessarily particular to the SADC region, but certainly you'll see there on pages 3 the constraints, narrow ambit of reports related to public accounts committees, the lack of enforcement powers.
Hi, Jay. We seem to be struggling with your connection a bit. Your bandwidth is a bit low. Maybe you could take off the video. Thanks very much.
Noting that, thank you for that intervention. And I also note that thanks for the input in the chat, that the draft was validated by the joint sitting of the SADC-PF standing committees on 28 and 29 April, which is a welcome step in the process. I note that there's also feedback there that a number of members are fairly familiar with this, so I won't spend too much time then on certain aspects. I will drill down into key areas and invite comments and questions. It's of course the model law consists of 16 parts. There are elements that we wanted to explore this morning were particularly part 6 relating to parliamentary control. I wanted to touch briefly on part 11 relating to financial misconduct and misuse, and efforts and concerns surrounding corruption and attempts to reduce that as a prevalence in member states. There are clauses dealing with cryptocurrencies, and of course, I think welcome clauses relating to definitions of who are public authorities. Looking at the specific provisions, clause 9, which follows the preamble, explores the purpose behind the act, and I'll get there shortly. Just give me a moment. Trust the bandwidth has improved. But clause 9 is at pages 15, I believe. There we go. Just give it a moment. This is just the index giving us an overview of the various parts. But yeah, as I indicated, we've got the pertinent parts for purposes of this presentation. I wanted to share with colleagues was one, that the application of the Act applies to all public authorities. There have been concerns raised that PFM laws across certain member states aren't sufficiently wide enough to cater for various authorities or functions that are rendering a public function but aren't necessarily explicitly subjected to the PFM laws in place. So there's the definition of a public authority under the definition section. This is at pages 23 of the draft. If members have a hard copy to hand or are paging through their own online, but an extensive definition there, which was prompted by inputs from contributors to the model law. The clause I was earlier referring to, of course, clause 9, emphasizes the purpose of the Act to foster accountability, transparency, independence, and modernity, and clause 9D, the emphasis on parliamentary oversight of public resources, including through this committee and others at a regional level. An important clause dealing with measurable outcomes, and encouraging states to craft these as a means to support parliamentary oversight as well as citizen oversight over budget choices and budget implementation. The principles, I think, are certainly ones which I found extremely useful from a South African perspective, and one which I will be engaging with the South African authorities on. I think these principles here are very well crafted. There is a transparency principle, there is an accountability and participation principle. We see from the Open Budget Survey results that participation in budget processes and decisions around public funds are really low globally. There is a significant challenge to enabling more effective participation by communities. And I think the accountability and participation principle is a welcome component of the model law. And I would encourage this committee to deliberate on it and its potential for enabling greater parliamentary oversight and narrowing the gap between communities and the executive and representatives of oversight at the parliamentary level. The next clause I'd like to turn to, beyond the values, of course, this is an explicit provision in the draft model law. It doesn't appear within the preamble. It is a clause that, if adopted by a member state, would be actionable and would give teeth to oversight and accountability aspirations. So the values clause is clause 12. I won't dwell on part 3, which deals with your ministry and minister and secretary at the finance level. I'm sure members are acutely aware of their role and their responsibilities there. I will move quickly along. I wanted to take members down somewhat to part 6, which of course is squarely on point and relevant to members of parliament. This is clauses 38 onwards. Again, emphasizing the role of the parliamentary engagement principle and encouraging the committees at parliamentary level to employ a range of mechanisms to support their role and responsibilities. I'm keeping an eye on the chat in the event that there are any inputs there regarding this or any other part or section of the draft model law. Clause 38.4 emphasizes that rather 39.4 emphasizes that in exercising these functions, parliamentary engagement shall be applicable to the Minister, the Auditor General, and the Speaker of Parliament. So really bringing under the rubric of the Parliament significant role players in this process of parliamentary oversight. I haven't dwelled or emphasized the powers and responsibilities given to the Auditor General, but of course a key actor in auditing public funds and their range of I would submit progressive clauses here to support these officers, support their role in auditing public funds and then reporting to members at parliaments. And so these clauses here are quite extensive. They also emphasize the importance of appointing and ensuring that the Auditor General's office is independent and is able to fulfill its role without influence. Mindful of time, I will proceed on. I'd like to just look at part 11, if members will allow me. Scroll down there. One clause that I wanted to just touch on briefly was the clause relating to consultation around the budget and in calling upon the Finance Ministry to involve not just members, of course, but ordinary citizens, giving the Minister powers to issue guidance, powers, this is clause 63.4. Scrolling has just messed with me there. I'll just go back there. Maybe the budget consultation. We had to, in the drafting process, strike a balance between being too general and as opposed to being too prescriptive. The sessions that the SADC-PF have arranged in the last few months were at pains to explain the need to give member states the powers to create regulations or guidance notes. And again, in these clauses here, we see the PFM model law encouraging committees at parliamentary level to develop standing orders to support their role. I will just touch briefly on the PFM model law invites or requires the minister to develop a statement on fiscal sustainability, given the financial pressures that countries are and historically experience. There is a clause dealing with illicit financial flows. This is clause 67, again, requiring a statement on illicit financial flows, given the serious effects that they have on public funds. there's a government borrowing clause, which I won't go into given the time constraints, but I'll shortly get to part 11, dealing with financial misconduct, misuse, and maladministration. The procurement clauses, again, are around ensuring efficiency and transparency in procurement. Again, there is a procurement principle explicitly provided for in the model law. And emphasizing, I think clause 102 is a significant critical clause around ensuring that public resources are managed and used in accordance with the PFM principles, and that there is care exercised in the use of those resources. Conflict of interest clause as well, to try and reduce the potential for misuse or people to act in their private interests. And then a scrutiny clause, empowering Auditor General's officers to interrogate the use of public funds. Whole of government accounts, I think, is also a clause that seeks to ensure that money is not off budget, money is not concealed, money is reported on, budgets are made available if member states seek to adopt such a clause if they don't have it in their existing PFM laws. So that's clause 109. Lastly, here we have part 11, which relates to financial misconduct, misuse, and maladministration. This is on page 72 of the model law. It's clauses 118 onwards. It, of course, identifies first and foremost who is a public official, a broad definition there, and then goes into define an offence of public financial misconduct. This is at clause 119 of the model law. It does provide for a defence, which is not an unusual clause in jurisdictions that have this provision. And then there's a clause dealing with misuse of funds and defines what that is. That clause is 120. And then there is a maladministration clause at 121. You'll note that there aren't any penalty clauses. That is leaving that up to the member states. It's explained in the footnote there, but the maladministration clause is at 121. And then significantly, clause 122 dealing with recovery, really seeking to recover funds that have been misused, and send out a message to the public, and of course those implicated, that there will be consequences for actions if it is if allegations are investigated and followed on. There is also a clause dealing with cryptocurrencies, which given their rise to prominence. And then lastly, at the end of the model law, there are a range of powers given to issue guidance notes, regulations, and provisions that would support the effective implementation of the model law. Clause 136 deals with contraventions and the implications where there is a contravention, that it is in fact a criminal offence. But again, the penalties are subject to the jurisdictions and the precedent that has been set in countries. I now would like to turn and invite any comments, questions from members, and thank you for your attention and for the opportunity to address you this morning.
Muito obrigada.
Thank you very much, our resource person, dear colleagues. This is the time for us to present issues. So I'm giving the floor.
Vamos ganhar o tempo é escasso.
Let's try to gain time.
Zimbabwe.
Thank you very
Zimbabwe.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you to the resource person. I think most of these issues were interrogated thoroughly in the previous days, and this is why you hear silence from honorable members. It doesn't mean we were not listening, but most issues were raised there. I thank you.
Thank you, honorable member.
Seychelles, por favor.
Seychelles, you've got the floor.
Thank you. Good morning once again. I will just start from where my colleague from Zimbabwe stopped. Actually, we have been seeing this document all the way long. But my question in my mind, especially I'm a new member of parliament, a young man, and also a member of Seychelles Public Financial Committee. We call it FPAC at home. So I'm checking if other countries are already practices what is about on the laws itself. So what is the way forward for the country who already applicable of the laws itself? Thank you.
Thank you, honorable member.
Muito obrigado. Seychelles. Mais colega quer intervir?
I note that there's somewhat of an echo.
Any other comment from the floor? If we don't have, I will give back the floor to our Zambia, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, and thank you. Is it a doctor? Can I call him a doctor? I think or he's a professor, I don't know. As the honorable member from Zimbabwe has presented, actually, if your eyes were sharp, at one point you saw me talking to my honorable here, that the issues we are going through are the issues which were being ran through. However, I've got one concern. In the Republic of Zambia, we have got an issue to do with the retrospective authority. And Madam Chair, I haven't heard this issue being talked about. Retrospective authority is where a permanent secretary uses money without authority from the Department of Finance or from ST, and then after he uses that money, then he comes back to ask for authority. And I hope in all countries in SADC, they could have this issue. And secondly, also, there's an issue of sealing an amount where a permanent secretary can spend without getting authority. So I haven't heard these two issues being talked about. Perhaps maybe they're only practiced in my country, and in the other SADC countries, they're not an issue. So I wanted the moderator, if he can elaborate on that.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much, Zambia. Any other comment? So any other colleague who might want to take the floor? So now I'll ask our resource person to answer the questions. Please.
Thank you. Thank you for the two questions from the, I take it from the member from Seychelles and the member from representing Zambia. the first question relating to the application of PFM laws in member states. Certainly from my experience in South Africa, having engaged with its PFM law, which was enacted in the year 2000, I do see elements of the model law that aren't adequately catered for in the South African PFM law. And I intend to engage with the Ministry of Finance and Treasury officials to encourage consultation and consideration of recommendations in clauses in the model law that I think would support more effective accounting by both provincial and national departments, but so too the National Treasury. So it is certainly an opportunity for engagement around clauses that aren't reaching or aren't ensuring appropriate levels of accountability. And I think that's the departure point from our experience, is that we have a tendency to see findings from the Auditor General's office where there is at times quite extensive non-adherence or non-compliance with PFM laws and with little or insufficient consequence management. So I see some of the provisions in the model law as strengthening conversations around how we can improve the current gaps in the legislation, for instance, in the South African context. The question around a retrospective authority is a good one as well. I would direct the member to clause 78 of the model law. It appears on page 57 of the model law. It's clause 78, and it's under the heading unauthorized expenditure. Clause 78, unauthorized expenditure. And it gives the power to the minister to make regulations about the treatment for budgetary purposes of expenditure that has not been authorized in accordance with this part. I think this may be applicable to the question that you pose, and the regulations there that the clause invites a minister to make would. Clause 78.2 says regulations may in particular make provision for retrospective approval by Parliament in exceptional circumstances on the written recommendation of the Finance Secretary, the Minister, and the Auditor General. So that's a clause that seeks to better regulate that kind of a practice where a Secretary seeks retrospective approval. Whether it meets with your particular requirements, I invite further engagement on that. But yeah, I think clause 78 is applicable to the scenario that you have sketched. I return to the Secretary and members for any further questions. Thank you.
Muito obrigada, senhor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kruse, for your presentation. That was quite informative. And so coming to this, at this juncture, I would like to thank you for the way you addressed this issue. And we hope we will meet again on another occasion when we have another session. Thank you very much. And at this juncture, we have come to the end of the second part of this session, and I will present the report to Venezuela.
Primeiro, caros colegas,
First of all, I'm going to colleagues, I'm going to present the report of the committee to the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. Background in line with
em conformidade com o seu
in line with its goal of enhancing electoral integrity within SADC member states through promoting electoral reforms for credible and free and fair elections, guided by its constitution and consecutive strategic plans. The SADC Parliamentary Forum had distinguished itself as a chief proponent of democratic elections. Through this role, the Forum had not only pioneered the development of normative frameworks to guide electoral systems and electoral management practices, but had also ensured the involvement of both female and male parliamentarians in the actual observation of elections of member states and in promoting the implementation of electoral reforms through various election missions that are deployed throughout election cycles. The Forum growing influence as a leading regional player in promoting democracy and governance, including democratic elections, was acknowledged by various stakeholders within the region and beyond. For example, the SADC Parliamentary Forum played a critical role in the review of the 2004 SADC principles and guidelines governing democratic elections, resulting in the revised version of 2015. At international level, the Forum was one of the only free African endorsing organizations for the Declaration of Principles for International Election Observation of 2005, which brought together all global players in election observation. In line with the above, and within the context of seeking to strengthen historical ties of solidarity between SADC and the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, and in order to promote South-South cooperation, the Forum deployed a diplomatic and study mission to Venezuela to participate in the observation of that country's regional and municipal elections conducted on the 21st of November 2021. The Forum's delegations comprised 2 members of Parliament, 2 Forum staff, and 1 staff of Parliament. The mission was in Venezuela from 17th to 23rd November 2021. The head of mission was the chairperson of the Standing Committee of Democratization, Governance and Human Rights, Honorable Jerome Agostinho, Member of Parliament of Mozambique, who is also a member of the SADC-PF Executive Committee. The mission was deputized by another member of the Committee of Democratization and Human Rights, Honorable Dalton Diweni, Member of Parliament from Zimbabwe, and also a member of the Forum Executive Committee. The mission was supported by the Director, Corporate Governance, and the focal point, Mr. Sheonine Kurasha and Mr. Jaime Ezequiel Numayo, member of staff from the Parliament of Mozambique. In line with its mandate as a diplomatic and study mission, the SADC Parliamentary Forum mission to the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela focused its work on strengthening the ties of solidarity and deepening cooperation during the course of observing the elections. Of specific interest regarding the elections was studying the electoral system and electoral processes up to the counting of declaration of result. The mission focused on drawing lessons from experience for the benefit of the forum and its member parliaments. Guiding instruments. The mission work was based on the flagship election instrument of the forum, namely the SADC model law on elections adopted in 2018 to guide SADC member states, domesticate and implement electoral obligations contained in the principles and guidelines of SADC governing democratic elections. Reference was also made to various regional and international election instruments, including the norms and standards for elections adopted in 2001, the African Charter on Democracy, Election and Governance, 2007, and the Declaration of Principles for International Election or Observation, 2005. Engagement with stakeholders. The mission employed multifaceted approaches to gather information, including engagement with various stakeholders. Throughout this engagement, the mission was guided by the principles of impartiality, neutrality, comprehensiveness, transparency, inclusiveness, and objectivity. Meeting with la Alianza Bolivariana para los Pueblos de Nuestra América, Tratado de Comercio de los Pueblos. The mission held a bilateral meeting with the Secretary General of la Alianza Bolivariana para los Pueblos de Nuestra América, Tratado de Comercio de los Pueblos, ALBA TCP, His Excellency Sacha Sergio Loreto Solis, the Secretary General of ALBA TCP, expressed his delight for the bilateral exchange with the SADC Parliamentary Forum for the deepening solidarity and cooperation between the two organizations in view of common values and cooperation and diplomacy and respect for equality of nations and territorial integrity of each UN member state. Values that were espoused in the United Nations Charter. He further commended SADC for its principled stance against tendencies unilateralism of acting outside the UN framework by some countries. In this regard, the Secretary General indicated that discussions were underway for an MOU between ALBA, TCP, and the SADC Secretariat. He also indicated that ALBA TCP did not have a parliamentary arm, but plans were afoot to establish such an arm. Noting that the forum was almost at the new beginning, given its imminent transformation into a Sadak regional parliament, the Secretary General added that his institution had a lot to learn from the experiences of the Sadak Parliamentary Forum as a forum. In the same vein, ALBA TCP would keenly follow developments before, during, and post the transformation process. He expressed confidence that the decision to establish a regional parliament was a step in the right direction and would yield positive results in the interest of the development of the SADC region.
In her response, the head of the SADC-PF mission thanked the Secretary General for agreeing to meet with members of her mission and explained that SADC shared the same values of solidarity and equality of nations, dating back to the region's history of fighting colonization, apartheid, and imperialism. The Honorable Agostinho reiterated the importance of international diplomacy and cooperation and added that common global challenges such as the COVID-19 pandemic, climate change, terrorism, humanitarian crisis, and inequality required nations to find ways of working together. She expressed SADC-PF's readiness to collaborate with ALBA TCP, including in its efforts to establish a regional parliamentary institution. Engagement with the Independent Electoral Commission. The mission was briefed by the CNE along with other international observers. The briefing included the legal framework and the general organization for the 2021 regional and municipal elections, including the pre-voting and post-voting audits of the automated voting system to ensure security and transparency. The CNE also informed observers that the unilateral sanctions imposed on Venezuela were meant to economically destabilize the country and influence electoral outcomes, but that had failed since the people of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela continued united and patriotic. Other stakeholder engagements by the mission. The mission was also able, jointly with other international observers, to interact with different stakeholders, including the President of the Republic, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, political parties, and civil society organizations. And it also attended campaign rallies by political parties and activities in the regions. During the briefing by the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the deputy head of the SADC-PF mission was granted the opportunity to address the meeting. In his address, Honorable Ndueni expressed SADC-PF's solidarity with the people of Venezuela in light of the economic sanctions imposed on the country and indicated that the SADC-PF was ready to sustain cooperation in areas of mutual interest. In his address, the President of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, His Excellency Nicolas Maduro, indicated that the country was committed to the ideals of democracy and that the 2021 regional and municipal elections were yet another opportunity for the country to prove its resolve for self-determination against the background of unilateral and unjustified onslaught by countries that had imposed sanctions on Venezuela. He further informed the international election observers that the country had managed to vaccinate the majority of its population against COVID-19, despite spirited attempts by some countries to block Venezuela from accessing vaccines. He also indicated that the country had procured enough personal protective equipment to ensure the safety of the voting population and of the electoral officials during the election process. Observations and lessons from the 2021 Venezuela regional and municipal elections. The mission observed several good practices and lessons learned during the course of its work as a diplomatic and study mission to Venezuela. The following were some of the key observations and lessons for the SADC-PF and its member parliaments. Need to strengthen solidarity and cooperation between the Parliamentary Forum and ALBA TCP and the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. There was a need to strengthen solidarity and cooperation between the Parliamentary Forum and ALBA, as well as with Venezuela, within the context of promoting South-South cooperation. The indication by the Secretary General of ALBA that the Latin American region was considering establish a regional parliamentary institution and would wish to draw lessons from the Parliamentary Forum is evidence of the recognition of the SADC Parliamentary Forum as a mature regional legislative institution. It also confirmed the existence of common ground for mutual cooperation between SADC and Latin American regions going forward. The use of automated voting machines with voter verifiable paper audit trail and other ICT tools in election management. The electoral process in Venezuela was remarkably smooth due to the use of automated voting machines, which made instant vote verification, counting, and declaration of results possible. And the mission recognized that there was an opportunity for Sadak member states to engage Venezuela regarding the possible supply of automated voting machines with paper trail. It is worth noting that Namibia pioneered the use of electronic voting machines in Sadak in 2014, but had since discontinued them and reverted to paper ballots due to a lack of a paper trail. Accordingly, Namibia and indeed the Sadak region had lost the opportunity to benefit from the advantages of using automated voting machines, including the ability to instantly declare election results, thereby avoiding unnecessary anxiety by the voters. The mission therefore called upon SADC member states to seriously consider taking advantage of this technology in order to reform the electoral procedures and improve the credibility of the electoral processes. Pre-voting audit and post-voting audit. The electoral legal framework included a mandatory pre voting and immediate post-voting auditing of at least 30% of the automated voting machines and of the elections results, respectively, under the watchful eyes of representatives of political parties. This ensured transparency of the voting process and election results. Other ICT tools used during the elections included electronic verification of each voter. This made the process fast and smooth. Holding of elections during the COVID-19 pandemic. The electoral process, including campaigns, voting, and counting of results, were done under strict COVID-19 protocols. Adequate PPEs were procured for the voters and electoral officials, and measures such as physical distancing were evidently observed throughout the electoral process. Streamlined voting procedures. The voting procedures were observed to be very streamlined, with up to 5 voting streams or tables inside each polling station. This made the voting process smooth and fast and reduced the time that voters had to spend in the voting queues. Arrangements for voters with special needs. The mission noted that deliberate measures were put in place to ensure that voters with special needs, such as pregnant women, persons with disabilities, those taking care of young children, the aged and the infirm, among others, were facilitated to exercise their right to vote. Specific voting streams were reserved for such voters so that they were attended to rapidly. It was clearly apparent that all electoral officials were trained to identify and to assist these people to cast their votes in the minimum time required, and they took this role seriously. Environment before, during, and after elections. The mission observed that the environment countrywide was peaceful before, during, and after the election day. There were no reported cases of violence or restrictions on campaign activities prior to poll day. Based on media reports, campaigns proceeded in an orderly manner, and candidates from both ruling and opposition parties had an opportunity to canvass for votes from the electorate. Separation of the citizen branch and electoral branch from the other 3 branches of government. In addition to the legislative, executive, and judicial branches of government, the Venezuela Constitution uniquely provided for 2 other separate branches, namely the citizen branch and the electoral branch. The citizen branch was tasked with ensuring that all citizens and public officials abided by the laid down laws. The branch was made up of the Prosecutor General, the Ombudsperson, the Comptroller Private, whose roles were those of Republican Moral Counsel, tasked with investigating any criminal conduct, particularly conduct pertaining to the violation of the Constitution and of human rights. The National Electoral Council, in turn, supervised all elections. The council's functions included registering eligible voters, overseeing polling stations, counting votes, presiding over appeals brought forth by lower electoral boards, and resolving conflicts among political parties. It was notable that the Constitution also barred any political party from having a majority in the council. The establishment of 2 additional branches of government was not only unique, but could also serve to enhance citizens' voices and rights, including the right to vote. This model could provide interesting insights for SADC member states learning from Venezuela's experience. Conclusion: the mission to Venezuela proved to be strategic as it provided the Sadak Parliamentary Forum with an opportunity to further its objective of deepening solidarity and cooperation with Venezuela within the context of South-South cooperation. Bilateral engagements identified several areas of mutual interest and possible cooperation in future. Being invited to observe elections beyond the Sadaq region, once more proved that the Sadak Parliamentary Forum is a leading regional and international player whose influence is not only entrenched, but is also on the rise. It would therefore be critical that the areas of mutual interest be followed up with the relevant institutions so that cooperation can be deepened and sustained. Thank you very much for having listened to me. Can we go to now the debate? I would submit it now for your appraisal. Thank you.
Zimbabwe, está a levantar o braço?
Zimbabwe, are you raising your arm?
I wasn't, but now that you've mentioned my name, Madam Chair, just to add on to say, other than the hospitality, which was very commendable, we learned a lot. It was a learning mission. They learned from. It shows that SADC-PF is at a level where you see other countries are envying what we have, you know, with our model law on elections. And the interesting thing that I wanted to add on, Madam Chair, was the 5 branches of government that I found quite interesting, because most of us are used to the 3 branches of government, the usual executive, legislature, and judiciary. But then they add 2 more. So I did allude to the fact that I think most regions have to learn more from Venezuela, because I found the 2 additional branches of government, the citizenry and the electoral branch, to be an addition to democracy. It actually improves democracy in a nation, because you find that in our situation, the electoral branch, you would find it maybe partly in the executive and where it's under the Minister of Justice, even if it's supposed to be independent. So its independence in such a system is a bit questionable because it falls under the executive, and the citizenry part in our system, you normally find it mainly in the judiciary, partly in the judiciary, but you find some other offices in the citizenry, they fall in the executive as well. So I found that quite commendable. And lastly, Madam Chair, the issue of electronic voting machines, those were quite efficient, and I would urge our region to try and copy those, because it really made the whole system smooth and efficient, because the voter comes in, it's biometric. Just to explain to fellow honorable members, it's biometric. The voter comes in with their print, and then it shows everything, name and everything, and it then prints the ballot paper then. So there is no element of more ballots printed and whatever. So it's all done there and then, and the results were announced by midnight. We already had the results. So it's quite efficient. I think that's all that I can just add on, Madam Chair. I thank you.
Muito obrigada, deputada.
Thank you very much, Honorable Luen, for your addition. Colleagues, you have the floor.
Colega Namibia.
Colleague from Namibia.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just wanted to ask clarity, if the honorable members who are also part of the mission could provide clarity with regard to if the issue, there was a focal point also in the elections, and that led to some of the contestation, because I myself, part of the Youth League, was there 2018, and I observed some of the issues that some of the members went in terms of the gold reserves that was held in the UK, and that is a current discussion in the courts. And as now the Venezuelan government has been fighting to release some of their gold reserves so they can sell it in order to fund some of their support systems and to curb COVID-19 and fund their hospitals. So I wanted to understand if there was also some of the issues that were raised up with the diplomats and the delegations that were engaged in how the country was preparing to obviously fight the issue that is now at court with the UK Bank of England, and which is also an issue of elections, because the European countries, especially England, decided to not recognize the current president, and therefore they closed their reserves, which led to poverty and other issues, which is well known to the honorable members. Another issue that I also wanted to raise is the issue on, just to provide clarity on the issue on the EVMs in Namibia. As much as I do agree with the honorable member and the honorable chair that EVMs are very much of a technology advancement in terms of elections. But in the case of Namibia, the courts ruled that the EVMs is only eligible if it comes with a verification pad, which makes it easier. In the case of Namibia, obviously there were not enough verification pads, which makes the whole election process quite sketchy. And also they brought some form of irregularities in terms of sometimes people would vote twice, and some of the people who voted, they were not recorded. So there were some of these issues. So I believe the decision for Namibia to not use the EVMs was a form of democracy. And I think it should also be brought that it was a collective decision of pressure groups and also members of society who stood up and did not want to use the EVMs, given the provision of the VVPAT pad. So I wanted to also add that the decision, yes, technology we could have benefited, but we benefited more because democracy won in this case. But perhaps the members can also then give advice as to, in our case, because elections is coming up in 2024, how we can move towards using the verification pads and how we can ensure that some of the issues like we dealt with the insufficient amount of verification pads can be dealt with in a advanced period before elections. Thank you.
Muito obrigada,
Thank
Namíbia.
you very much. Namibia,
Mais alguma
any other
intervenção?
intervention?
Não havendo, convido os colegas
If not, I will ask the colleagues who were part of the mission, Madagascar.
Yeah, merci, Madame la Présidente. Thank you, Madam Chairperson, for the floor. After the presentation of the report by the chairperson and through the work of the members of Sadak, we have had very good results, and we agree with that. I would like to encourage our responsibility on the establishment of that in the interest of this region, so that we have an interactive system and taking into account technology and other tools that may be used during the election or the electoral process. Thank you.
Obrigada, Madagascar. Mais alguém?
Thank you, Madagascar. Anyone else?
Pode dar o micro, por favor.
Could you use your mic, please?
Passo a palavra para meus colegas que fizeram parte
If not, I will pass the floor to my colleagues who were part of the mission, beginning with MP Luen, the Secretary, to answer the questions that were raised. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Maybe I'll just tackle one, the first question that was asked by the honorable member from Namibia about the pending court cases. There wasn't much mention on that, but all I can assure members is if there are such cases, because Venezuela is under sanctions. So obviously, whether it's gold cases or whatever, if they are under sanction, the country is under attack. So you realize that the country is strained, but they managed to hold elections perfectly. So they managed to keep resources, and the elections were done smoothly. But just to add on to say, we were impressed, and I, for one, coming from Zimbabwe, where there are sanctions, I almost identified myself with them. And I remember, Madam Chair, when I was given a chance to address the foreign minister, where I was even suggesting that there's no need for us to be crying on the use of the United States dollar. We can go back to barter trade. Venezuela is oil, Zimbabwe is gold, so we can value and exchange. So you see, there are means and that can be used in cases whereby we find there's an unfair treatment of fellow countries. But all I can say is the specific case of the gold that was that's under court cases was not mentioned, but it's sanctions per se, and the country is under sanctions, but they're doing very well. One thing for certain is fuel is almost at zero. I asked Madam Chair, we were told that in the previous years, I'm not sure how many years of fuel was free, but now there's just a token, but there is an element in the community that still gets fuel for free. So despite all the sanctions, you see some of the resources are being channeled to the population. So I think that's all I can add on. I think honorable member from Madagascar, his was a comment on adoption of technology, which if improved, I mean, we understand the case of Namibia where they are saying they left the ICTs because of shortcomings, but if it's improved, technology is the way to go. If we zero in on the situation that we find ourselves in, Madam Chair, with COVID, I just want to draw your case with COVID. COVID has taught the whole world and Venezuela and us as Sadak that we can operate even without physically meeting. And it has also encouraged countries to quickly roll out infrastructure at a faster rate than we would have envisaged if there was no COVID. So technology is good, it's better adopted, because where we are going, the future is hinged on how much individual countries adopt to new technologies. I submit, Madam Chair.
Obrigado, deputado.
Thank you very much. MP Duene, I'll pass the floor over to the Secretary to answer some of the questions asked.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll restrict my comments to one related to elections, in particular the use of EVMs and the case of Namibia, and the overall case for technology in elections. Like Honorable Ndweni said, what we cannot argue about is the value and benefit of technology in electoral issues. But what we need to deal with is the security of custody in terms of the security of elections. Because at the end of the day, elections are meant for the citizens. So that if the process is such that citizens are left with questions, that's where the problem lies. And therefore, it's about procuring appropriate technology. Namibia embraced the EVMs and used them for the first time in 2014. And in 2014 or 14, right? 14 years. And in 2014, I remember I attended the meetings where they were introduced. Political parties took different stands, typically with technology. But when they were pioneered in local government elections, citizens embraced the EVMs. But they were procured from India, where at that time there was already a running court case regarding the issue of voter verifiable paper trail. So in the end, Namibia ended up purchasing the ones with no capacity for a verifiable paper trail. And that became the basis of the context, because in the end, if there's no verifiability, then it becomes difficult. So what we saw in Venezuela is exactly a solution to what Namibia objected to, leading to the discontinuation. So the mission's overall comment, having taken part in observing the 2014 elections where the EVMs were used for the first time in the subsequent elections, we were well aware of the reasons why Namibians or Namibian stakeholders ended up in a scenario where they were challenging and the court agreed. So the machines we saw in Venezuela actually provide voter verifiable paper trail. And this is why the recommendation is say, wherever the technology comes from, to the extent that it has the safeguards that are required as minimum requirement for stakeholders, let's see how we can embrace it at a minimum cost. So thank you, Chairperson. That's what I thought I could add on.
Muito obrigada, senhor secretário.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. After clarity that has been brought forward, I now submit to adoption. Colleagues, anyone to move for adoption?
Chairperson. After listening to comments from the honorable members from various countries, I submit that we can adopt the report.
Swatini or Lesotho? Lesotho?
Is it Eswatini or Lesotho? Are you seconding?
Yes, I'm seconding the adoption. Thank you.
Aprovado o nosso relatório da missão à Venezuela.
So our report of the mission to Venezuela is duly adopted. After that, I will propose a 15-minute break so that we can come back into, is it all right? Is it in order? It's a 15-minute break to grab snacks and come back into. So at let's come back at 12:15.
Recording stopped.
Podemos começar?
Could you get started, honorable members? There are still colleagues outside the room.
Recording in progress.
In this second session, I will call upon the Secretary to present the work plan.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Honorable members, I had presented as part of our matters arising, I presented the matrix, which highlighted the major resolutions made by the committee and the action being taken. Also presented the Sadak election calendar, just to appraise the members in terms of where next elections are happening. And those two documents must now be read together with this work plan for the committee, where we are indicating the activities and when they must be happening. The commissioning of the region-wide study to assess and identify the challenges women face in electoral processes in Sadak member states, just like the development of the regional principles and guidelines on the role of parliaments in protection and promotion and protection of human rights. There have been slight delays with procurement of resource person, with procurement of consultants. We expect that this process should be completed beginning of May, which means that we will have the next 2 months within which to have completed. Some have a time frame of 30 days to have been completed. Some have slightly more. So we will, through the usual communication channels, be indicating to the members where we are in terms of that process. In the third activity, the baseline study on the mechanisms and practices for enforcement of separation of powers and checks and balances in the national parliaments. This activity is underway. As I said, communication has already been sent to national parliaments, communicating, submitting the questions that actually need to be responded to. And this is where I called upon the members to make sure that you are consulted. If you haven't been consulted, you are well within your right to ask your desk officer. So in terms of the work of the committee, I ought to have been consulted regarding this matter. Where is it? Then we are in April now, where we are having the statutory meeting of the standing committee. And we are focusing on the issue of curbing corruption and promoting accountability, which is the theme that we are running under. Then in May, we are also going to undertake some study in terms of tracking of protocols using balanced scorecard on 2 protocols. We are targeting 2 protocols on natural resources and governance and climate change adaptation. This is under GIZ ADA funding. And the reason why we track progress on implementation of protocols, honorable members, is to see progress of domestication. In the end, regional decisions will not find expression at national level unless they are domesticated. And in most of our parliaments, depending on the system, legal system that you use, the parliament may be required to ratify regional instruments before they become part of the national law. So you therefore need to look out, and where members are having to deal with such matters, the Secretariat is also available to provide advice to you as honorable members in your role at national level. So feel free to engage the Secretariat should you be ratifying any instrument that is related to democratization, governance, and human rights, and will gladly provide you technical support. I spoke about domestication of the Sadak model law on elections. In Lesotho, we are going to have this 18 to 19 May based on communication received by the Secretary General's office, and it's an activity that we implement under GIZ ADA funding. What I forgot to mention, I mentioned it earlier though, honorable members, to say this meeting we are having is one of the activities funded under the SIDA Sweden funding on democracy, promoting democratic accountability. And there are quite a few other activities that we are going to undertake under that funding. So as I outline the activities, I'll also endeavor to inform you on the sources of funding for each of those activities. Then in July, we have planned a joint meeting of the DG Committee and the Regional Model Laws Oversight Committee on strengthening accountability through enhancing separation of powers and checks and balances. Our anticipation is that the baseline study would have been completed by this time. And using the baseline study, we therefore are going to have that meeting where we seek to enhance the role of Parliament, in promoting democratic accountability for democratic consolidation. And we propose this to be a Zoom meeting. Usually when we convene Zoom meetings vis-a-vis physical meetings, it's an issue of financial resources availability. If we had all the funds, we would, in almost all the cases, want to have meetings physically. But sometimes, in order for us to be efficient while also retaining opportunities for meeting physically, there are also times when we are going to hold the activities virtually, sometimes half a day, to make sure the business of the committee does not stop. So we call upon honorable members to be available when we have a mixture of those activities. Please know that our wish always is when there's an opportunity, we want members to meet physically because it is good for everyone. In September, August, what honorable members may need to bear in mind is that we may have a few other activities, particularly related to elections, populated. For instance, in August, we already talked about Angola going to elections in August. So if we should be invited by the Electoral Commission and we are deploying, we will have an activity and we will update. So, but just to make sure members are aware. Then we also are planning a regional policy conference on women in politics to disseminate and analyze study findings on the challenges women face in electoral processes in Sadak member states. We spoke earlier about the fact that we are going to have a region-wide study. So this will actually be like an opportunity to disseminate. This is a physical activity. We are planning for gay-wide, RWPC, and our committee as a joint. We also have training of senior parliament staff on integrating crisis and disaster management and scenario planning in parliamentary work. This is an activity under Sweden, where based on observations after COVID came, parliaments relied on Sadak Parliamentary Forum quite a lot in terms of coordinating the responses. They also needed to learn from each other to say which parliament has developed the special rules for COVID-19 to operate during COVID-19. What can we share those rules? And so what we have discovered is that probably there is need to empower parliaments in terms of the secretariat support of parliament to be able to integrate scenario planning in their work as supporting administration for national parliaments. Then in October, we will have our statutory meeting of the committee ahead of the 52nd plenary assembly. And we're hoping that by that time, the two instruments we are developing, the one on human rights, and then the other one on curbing corruption would have been completed. And part of the work that we'll do when we meet in October will be to validate those instruments. So those will be physical meetings, which will be like the one we are currently having. We also have an activity planned for November, regional roundtable discussion on enhancing oversight and monitoring capacity of parliaments for transparency and democratic accountability in Southern Africa, where we want to bring together parliamentarians and civil society and staff of parliament. We are planning this as a Zoom meeting. Should we have resources for it to be a physical meeting, it also shall be a physical meeting. Honorable members, I also mentioned that we are going to develop a handbook on the role of parliament in promoting and protecting human rights during crisis. In this activity, we are planning that in December, around 5 December, before you go for Christmas, we could validate that instrument. Currently, we have planned to do it on Zoom, but should we have resources enabling us, we would meet one more time before we go for Christmas. Maybe two things that I need to point out, honorable members. The plenary assembly, where we are going to present the report out of this meeting, is set for Malawi from 7 to 16 July. That will be a physical meeting. We will also have a plenary assembly, 52nd plenary assembly, most likely to be hosted by the Parliament of South Africa. It is yet to be confirmed whether it will be a physical or virtual meeting. And that's when we will present our report of the October meeting. In summary, Chair, this is the work plan for the committee, and that's what is going to occupy the Secretariat in terms of servicing the committee during the period. Over to you, Chair. Thank you very much.
Obrigado, Senhor Secretary. Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. We have paid close attention to the work plan presented. I would now like to submit it for discussion.
Zambia.
Yeah,
yes, Zambia.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, your presentation was loud and clear. However, Chairperson, I'm concerned with one thing which I got in this meeting. Our secretariat having challenges where resource management, where resources are concerned, where we are donor dependent, and the one who says, this is my shima, if you want to eat, this is my rule. So I don't know, Madam Chairperson, if it is appropriate that perhaps SADC countries can be moved to be supporting SADC-PF Secretariat by a way of contributing a little token towards running our Secretariat. That is my biggest concern. Otherwise, what has been presented as the work plan, the committee will wait, where amendments are required, will be informed through our Secretariat. However, I wanted to make a proposal, if it is accepted, that we lobby perhaps from SADC countries to be contributing a little token for the Secretariat in Namibia to run our SADC-PF Secretariat well, than always depending on donor contributions. I wanted to make that submission. I thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Obrigado, Zambia.
Thank you, Zambia. Any more contributions, comments? Angola, and then Malawi. Thank you very much. Madam Chair, I also agree with my Zambian colleague. I think that the Secretariat will always face significant difficulties in its work in this way. Depending solely on donors, I think the difficulties will increase because many countries now, even donor countries, are facing crises in their own countries with this Russia-Ukraine war. So it would be good to see what SADC member countries could contribute with an additional amount over and above the fees paid to help the Secretariat to carry out its activities. Thank you. Thank you, Malawi.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Indeed, I'll concur with my honorable members who have already contributed. As SADC, we are supposed to stand. We will never be able to do more if we remain constantly waiting for donor support. There is no way we can say we are independent if you are failing to support our own agendas. We are therefore required to put measures which will keep us growing, no matter how difficult it would be, but we should stand on our feet. Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Thank you.
Obrigado, Malawi, Madagascar.
Thank you, Malawi, Madagascar.
Merci.
Obrigado.
Je voudrais aussi souligner et approuver ce que l'honorable.
I would like to also emphasize what my predecessors have said. I hope that it is time that we took in our hands the Sadak, and I support that we should lobby the member states so that they make additional contributions to support the Secretariat. I support the sentiments expressed by my predecessors. Thank you.
Obrigado, Madagascar.
Thank you, Madagascar.
Merci, Madagascar.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. For fear of belaboring the same point, I align myself with the sentiments that are expressed by the honorable members, but knowing the reasons why we find ourselves going to donors, I'll leave it to the chair to explain to the honorable members. But suffice to say, my comment is a simple one, that I see some typographic errors on our work plan. I see there is interchange of 2021 and 2022. I think it's just a typing error. Thank you.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. I believe that we all share the same feeling. I would now pass the floor to the Secretary to provide clarifications.
Chairperson, for the opportunity. We appreciate the feedback and the concern and the interest of the members in the work of the Secretariat in supporting the work that we do to facilitate implementation of decisions by the committee and the plenary assembly. I want to believe I speak for the Secretary General, who also happens to be in the meeting, because she has to attend to various committees that are meeting. She's attending virtually. And I want to believe I speak for her in indicating that any opportunity for more resources being availed to the Secretariat to facilitate the work of committees and programs will be most welcome. Obviously, we have worked within the context and confine of resource constraints, and this explains why we are where we are. But at the end of the day, the political leadership is yours, honorable members. If there is opportunity for resources to be raised domestically for us to be able to implement activities, including commit meetings, I think it will go a long way in strengthening the predictability with which we are able to meet, and that obviously will strengthen the way we operate. Otherwise, we appreciate the interest. It encourages us to keep on doing more. Thank you very much, Chair.
Obrigado, Senhor Secretário.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I would now submit for approval. Who proposes the adoption? Let's be flexible.
Lesotho.
Lesotho.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know, but before that, I just have a point of interest in connection with the problems or challenges faced by women. So I just wanted to know from the secretary or from the office whether, according to their observation, women coming across same challenges in the region, according to your own observation, as far as politics are concerned? That is my question. Before I can just come for the approval of the presentation.
Sure. Honorable, through you, Chair, I want to understand the question. Are you saying are women facing the same problems?
Yes, it's because from your presentation,
sure,
there's whereby you talked about a joint meeting whereby you're going to talk about probably challenges faced by women in as far as politics are concerned.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
So my question is your observation saying that in this region, women are facing same politics or what?
Sure,
Same problems in as far as politics are concerned.
Okay, thank you very much for the clarification, Honorable Nsala. It really helps. So the context is multi-pronged. The first one is that the committee's mandate includes a democratic governance, where issues of inclusivity are central to the credibility of any system of governance. So the reality is that we still have underrepresentation of women in institutions of governance. This for Sadak-PF manifests through the elections, when we do election observation, where you see countries, despite the region developing and adopting the Sadak protocol on gender and development, that has not yet translated into the numbers, sufficient numbers of women. So there is no parity. Secondly, one of the institutions that lays bare the gaps is actually Parliament, where sometimes in other national parliaments, if Sadak-PF says your delegation must have gender balance, political balance, they simply will struggle to meet gender balance because they do not have sufficient numbers of women. So in the end, different countries experience it differently. But our intention is to gather evidence, use that scientific evidence as the basis for engagement, for reform of legislation, reform of policy. Because what we now know legislative reforms, including legislated quotas, stand as immediate tools that facilitate the increase of numbers of women in parliament. So that in essence is what that exercise is focusing on, where we are going to go and validate, create a baseline based on what's coming from member parliaments to say, what are those challenges that women are facing in enhancing their political participation? Because at the moment, that participation is not manifesting in the numbers that we need to see women as leaders in occupying leadership positions. I hope I have answered the honorable member's question, Chair. Thank you very much.
Obrigado.
Thank you very much. Having clarified all of the points raised, I would now submit our plan for approval. Who proposes the approval?
Lesotho.
Lesotho.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I stand to ask for the approval of the presentation.
Quem apoia?
Who supports? Who seconds it?
Já tinha pedido. Eswatini já foi primeiro.
Eswatini?
Eswatini.
Approval is seconded.
Eswatini apoia a aprovação.
Eswatini seconds the approval. Our work plan is now approved.
Estando aprovado o nosso programa de trabalho.
With our work plan now approved, we will move on to a consultation meeting with a private consultant for the strategic plan of the 2019-2023 Sadak Forum. I would ask the consultant to give us his presentation.
Leonard was here. Where did he go to? The consultant for
O
strategic?
consultor do plano estratégico estava presente? Ausentou-se?
Yeah. Mr. Leonard, the chair is saying you are in.
O senhor Leonard?
The chair has given you the
A presidente passou-lhe a palavra para poder fazer a sua apresentação. Obrigada. Obrigada, senhora presidente.
Confirm that I have been connected to the meeting session. I'll do that just now. Thank you.
So, honorable members, as he is doing that, maybe I could explain that the current strategic plan of the Sadak Parliamentary Forum is running from 2019 to 2023. So as a result, as part of best practice, we do midterm review just to see where we are. And committees are part of the vehicles of delivery of the strategic objectives. And we have 7 of them. And the purpose of the midterm review is to, through the experience of members, then gauge where we are. And what you will see with the strategic objectives, I don't know what the consultant will explain, and he has not asked me to explain this. I'm doing it for the benefit of members. Is that they are like fruits in a basket, the objectives. Some will closely relate to your work as a committee. Others you interface with them as members of plenary. Others will be delivered more through other committees. So as you relate to the objectives, please bear that in mind. Relate with those that you work to contribute towards, but others, the way you may not directly contribute, please process it in that context so that we are able to give the consultant valuable information. Are you ready, consultant? Bernadette, does he need any support?
Madam Chair, thank you very much for the opportunity to engage with the Standing Committee on Democratization, Governance, and Human Rights. The purpose of this engagement is to solicit input and feedback from the Standing Committee members, the honorable members here present, on the implementation of the Sadak Parliamentary Forum Strategic Plan that started in 2019, ends in 2023. At this point, we are doing a mid-term evaluation. It'll inform the Parliamentary Forum on how well we've been able to implement what we intended to implement and how to proceed to improve the implementation of the strategic plan. The evaluation is going to require opinions of the honorable members, but also some tapping on their knowledge to give the process some indication on a sliding scale of 6 to 1 or 1 to 6, where a rating of 6 means implementation went very well. All the performance parameters were fully met as planned. Or if we look at the other extreme, where we might allocate a scoring of 1 to say that it's highly unsatisfactory, meaning none of the parameters were met or there were severe shortcomings. So that is one of the rating scales we will use. So at this juncture, we would like to appreciate the level of familiarity the honorable members have with the strategic plan. So I would indulge, Madam Chair, if you allow me to request a show of hands for the honorable members that are aware of the strategic plan, who are aware that there is a strategic plan, by a kind show of hands. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Zimbabwe, or Zambia.
Zimbabwe, then Zambia.
Zimbabwe. What?
Zimbabwe. You have the floor. Did you not raise your hand?
Madam Chair, thank you. The question was, raise your hand if you are aware there is a strategic plan. And this is what I was raising my hand for. Thank you.
Sir.
All right. Zambia?
Zimbabwe's position is Zambia's position. I submit. Yeah, Chairperson, the question was? How many of you know that there's a strategic plan? So you cannot be a member of this committee or SADC-PF without knowing that there's a strategic plan, because you have to understand the organization where you are. So before you're even called member of this committee, you must be a member of this organization. I submit, Madam Chairperson.
Correct, Zambia. I am impressed with the partnership with Zambia. That's why I laughed. But now we have Malawi, Seychelles, and Angola. That order. And then Madagascar. It will be in that order.
Madam Chairperson, it's quite easy to know that there is a strategic plan for Sadak, but to know the content, it's different. Thank you.
Certo, Malawi.
Correct. Malawi, Seychelles now, then Zimbabwe, Madagascar.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. When we're talking about strategic plan, and I just want to understand really where we are going. Especially, I'm just going to go back from where we started regarding the public management stuff we are talking about before. I just want to put in your attention that at the Sadak, they have a committee called Sadak. They're going to have a workshop in the Seychelles in 2 weeks' time. There will be a big conferences workshop. So my question is, moving the way forward, so how interactive the committee is with SADC-PF?
Certo, Seychelles agora, Angola.
Okay, Seychelles, now Angola.
Seychelles, then Angola.
Thank you, Chair. I'm aware of the strategic plan, but it's only since yesterday. Thank you. Okay.
Yes, I was basically raising my hand to indicate that Eswatini is aware that there is a strategic plan.
Madagascar.
Madagascar.
I would like to stress that we are aware of the strategic plan. Thank you.
Tanzania.
All right, Tanzania.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Exactly the same as it has been pointed out by Malawi, that we are aware that there is a SADC-PF strategic plan, but the issue is knowing exactly the content of that strategic plan. And we haven't read it, but generally we know there's a plan. So the issue is the content.
Muito bem, Tanzania.
It's all right, Tanzania. I believe Lesotho.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Lesotho is also aware of the SADC-PF strategic plan.
Muito bem. Agora devolvo a palavra para o nosso.
Right. Now I give the floor back to. I give back the floor to our presenter. Me too. Although I'm a chair, I also identify myself with the existence of the strategic plan. And so Zimbabwe, before I give back the floor to the presenter, Zimbabwe would like to take the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. If there is a prize of brainstorming and picking one of the items on the strategic plan, I might give it a go. Madam Chair, I think one of the key strategic objectives of SADC-PF has been the transformation from SADC-PF to SADC Parliament. That has been the #1 strategic objective, and I think I might be right in saying that's one of the key ones that we have. I thank you.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair, and for helping to solicit the extent of awareness about the strategic plan. If I may proceed to share additional information, which I believe may already be known, that the strategic plan having been put together to start in 2019 and to end in 2023. At this juncture, doing the mid-term evaluation of the strategy, we're looking at a number of elements within the strategy. The most important, of course, being the vision of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, where we are soliciting a consolidated opinion of this committee on the extent to which we have achieved the vision, or yes, the extent to which we have achieved the vision, or whether we are still on track or we are off track completely, which would be quite worrying, of course. Then we will also reflect on the mission, the extent to which we have either achieved the mission, or we're on track, or we're off track as far as achieving the mission. And then we'll go into the specific strategic objectives, as one of the honorable members had already indicated that one of the key ones is about the transformation of the Parliamentary Forum into a regional parliament. So if you would allow me, Madam Chair, I will start with the vision of the Parliamentary Forum and request the input of the honorable members whether the vision is on track, it has been fully achieved, meaning that we've done everything that needs to be done. We're actually holding a trophy of the winner's trophy in our hands. Or we are on track, it's work in progress, heading in the right direction, or that we have missed the target, we are off track. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Obrigado. Eis aí a questão.
Thank you. And so the question has been posed. There you have the question, whether we are on track, off track, or whether we have already achieved the vision. So colleagues, you've got, the floor is open.
Zimbabwe.
Thank you,
Zimbabwe.
Chair. When in a class, you find that all your students are bogged down, you assist, Chair. All I wanted to suggest was maybe the vision should be said out to the members. Other members are new, so that then they can they look at the vision, even if they are new or even old members are reminded of the vision of the organization. And then we can then interrogate on how far have we got towards our vision. Thank you.
Sim.
I would gladly.
Yes.
Madam Chair, and thanks for the invitation. Yes, indeed. The vision as set out in 2019 was that the Parliamentary Forum of Sadak
would be the flag bearer of democratization and socio-economic development in the region. They would be the shining example. They would be where you look if you want to witness democratization and socio-economic development. That was the vision. That is what we would look like at this moment and beyond. And in terms of the mission, the things we set out to go to do was that we would promote and would facilitate parliamentary processes that are necessary to enhance the oversight functions, the legislative functions, the budgetary functions, and the representative roles of members of parliament at both national and regional levels. In that way, bridging the gaps between parliament or members of parliament and citizens. And if we do that and do it successfully, the Sadak region would be the cradle of participatory democracy. It will be where people get sent to come and witness participatory democracy. It will be where a place that people quote, say, go to Sadak region if you want to experience participatory democracy. So the evaluation process wants to appreciate how well we've done that, if we've done it well, whether we're on track or we're off track. I'll explain further the strategic objective, the 7 of them, which form the building blocks of what we would look like in 2023 as espoused in the vision. But I'll explain the strategic objectives one after the other once we have discussed and evaluated ourselves on the vision and on the mission. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Muito obrigada, senhor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Leonard.
Caros colegas, contribuição.
Dear colleagues, any comments, any input? Zimbabwe.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. See, now we can contribute. As a shining, I've got an example that we're not doing badly as a shining example as a regional organization. We not only as self-praising our organization, but it's exemplified. Just a few minutes ago, you have been giving a report where Sadak-PF was invited to go to the Americas, to the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, to go and observe the election. And whilst we were there to show that we were not just there to fill in numbers, you realize that Sadak-PF was really placed at the forefront. Wherever there was something that had to be done, it was Sadak-PF that had to be tasked as an organization representing Africa. So for Africa, it was like we were the only organization that had come from Africa. So I think we are not doing badly as a shining example as a regional forum.
Obrigada. Lesotho.
Thank you. Lesotho.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I would like to take up what my colleague has just said. In as far as democratization is concerned, I think in the region, we are trying, because normally when countries do have general elections, there is a group of observers which is picked from other countries to go and observe how the elections is being carried out in that country. So I think we are still on track in as far as democracy is concerned. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Angola. Depois de Angola, Madagascar.
Obrigado, senhora Presidente.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to go to strategic objective 1, and I think we have to improve a lot. Or try to inter-parliamentary cooperation, which must be enhanced. And I think the parliamentarians in Sadak, we are quite isolated, each one, and we only meet here when there are meetings. There should be more interchange, and so that we can share experiences with one another, so that our countries would develop at the parliamentary level. Thank you, Angola. Anyone else? Any other comment, query? Zambia.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Madam Chairperson, I'd love to submit that as the Sadak-PF, we are on track. Why I say we are on track, Madam Chairperson, is that within Sadak region now, there is no single country where we have got a president who assumes power by force. And all countries in Sadak region, they have governments who are there through a ballot paper. And why I insist that we are on track, though democracy has reached to all Sadak countries, but there are some countries which are like learning to accept democracy. And this is where Sadak-PF must ensure that we go by the submission from Angola, that there is need to interact so that democracy becomes deep-rooted in all the Sadak regions. So fairly, I would submit that we are on track, because if we were not on track, we had achieved, we're not going to be here this afternoon. So we are here this afternoon because we are on track, and we are still thirsty to achieve more objectives as Sadak-PF. I submit.
Obrigado. Zambia, Madagascar.
Thank you. Madagascar now.
Thank you very much, Honorable President. We aren't going to go in circles. According to the report, for the mission report, we know that there have been some positive influences and consequences. So we believe that we are on track. We are on we are in the middle. Our organization is efficient at its own level, and we believe that we are on track. We are getting there. Thank you very much.
Obrigado, Madagascar.
Thank you, Madagascar. I give back the floor to our presenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And let me also appreciate the input of the members of parliament on reflections about the vision that we're on track. And there were also, I think, indications that we've done some work around the mission, but maybe we could get back to the mission, because the mission then is a composite of the various strategic objectives. So we could then take strategic objective one after the other. Start with objective 1, which is about interparliamentary cooperation, which I think one of the honorable members had indicated that we need to do more of this. We are already, this meeting is one such sign, but I think the concern is that we could do more. So if we could start with that strategic objective and just agree on the level of rating, how have we performed on that? And then we could move on to the second strategic objective. So in terms of process, I would encourage that we first start by evaluating the strategic objective performance, and then we might give examples to support that position. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Obrigado, uma insistência pelo.
Thank you. There is an insistence on from our colleague from Zimbabwe.
Zimbabwe, pode usar a palavra.
You can take the floor, Zimbabwe.
The consultant, is he asking us to delve on the strategic objective of interparliamentary cooperation at the moment? Expound on it? This is my question, because I'm a bit lost here. Thank you.
Obrigado. Nosso...
Thank you. Presenter, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To respond to that, I would like us to evaluate our performance on that strategic objective, and we might support that with some examples. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Zambia, depois Zimbabwe de novo.
Zambia and then Zimbabwe again.
Madam Chairperson, it appears that the members of this committee, they are at sea. Why I'm saying we are at sea is we expected guidance from the presenter himself. Maybe I would propose that he was supposed to give us questionnaires so that we read, we tick against, then we can move forward. Because as you can see, Madam Chair, it is already 13:21, and I'm now worried that we'll find all the food is feeding. So I thought that maybe the presenter would give a questionnaire to honorable members here to tick for and against, so that he can carry out that assessment than going to and backwards. So I suspect we may not make progress. So maybe he can guide this committee properly on how we should move with his presentation. I submit, Madam Chairperson.
Zimbabwe, depois Swatini.
Zimbabwe and then Eswatini.
Madam Chair, I would align myself with Zambia, maybe because we are very close neighbors. But all I wanted to say as a comment was I wanted to delve on the question, but it definitely will take us time to finish. But on that strategic objective of interparliamentary cooperation, I would give ourselves out of 6, maybe a 3 out of 6. And my examples would be, I see plenty of interparliamentary cooperation. It might not be bilateral, but I want to give an example whereby when we look at the Secretariat, at times they ask for staff to be seconded, not to be employed, but Parliament second staff to the Secretariat. That's cooperation, according to me, interparliamentary cooperation. And then the other point that was raised by Zambia was the fact that we have maybe 2 members giving an apology, coming for these meetings. This is cooperation for us to maintain the existence of the forum. is cooperation, that's interparliamentary cooperation. So I would give, and considering that we are mid-year, we are halfway through our strategic plan time, I would give ourselves, maybe I'm being conservative by giving ourselves a 3, maybe a 4 out of 6. I submit, Madam Chair.
Obrigado, Zimbabwe. Ainda temos mais.
Thank you, Zimbabwe. Is there any more comment? And then we can give back. So is this a point of order? And so you've got the floor.
It's on process. At this juncture, we are evaluating based on 3 elements: that we have achieved, that we are on track, or that we are off track. I appreciate the detail that we've just had shared from honorable member from Zimbabwe. But the rating is on whether we've achieved or we're on track or we're off track, which also makes it simpler. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Obrigada, senhora apresentadora. Antes de dar a palavra.
Thank you, presenter. Before giving we've got a raised hand that comes on the platform virtually. So I'm going to give the floor to the Vice President, who also wants to intervene on the platform. Yes, Mr. Vice President, you've got the floor.
Madam President, thank you very much. Just to say that, in line with the idea that is coming, that we maybe give each participant the opportunity to answer the questions, and then we submit the question back with our own perception. There's just a possibility, though, that a lot of us are new to this committee, so it will be on our own perception and not necessarily on basically what's taken place. So this discussion has been useful in a sense that we've been able to reach consensus together by shaping each other's experience together. So maybe there's a way in which we can work together if we go, because I don't want to stand in the way of anyone's lunch. I think it's, you don't want to stand in the way of people's food, but maybe what we can do is we can say that, or maybe we can have a working lunch where we can just, through lunch, we can discuss perception around some of these questions, and we can reach consensus. And then when we come back, we would have achieved a lot of what is asked of us, so that we would have caught up a lot of the time. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Muito obrigada, senhor vice-presidente.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Eswatini, and then Lesotho.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I wanted to from the presenter of this session, if this is some kind of key performance indicators, so that we apply ourselves with a clear understanding that we're doing key performance indicators.
Obrigado, Swatini. Lesotho.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to buy the view of the Deputy Chairs when he's saying that it's going to be important for us to discuss these points together and come to the consensus together. So according to me, I'm of the opinion that probably if the presenter could read maybe the strategic plan objective 1 and explain it to us, so that at least we understand together. Then we'll be in the position of saying whether we have achieved or we are on the track or we are off track. I think he has to read this and explain it to us first, so that after that, I think we are going to be in the position of saying whether we have achieved or we are on the track or we are off track. Thank you.
Acho que a última mão do Malawi, depois vamos sugerir para irmos ao almoço, senão...
I think the Malawi will take the floor and then we go for lunch so that we don't miss that lunch. Malawi has the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. My concern is, I don't know if we have the right sample size to mark this questionnaire, because the questionnaire is asking something very huge and the sample size is just too small, which may mislead the whole thing that we are performing well or we are performing poorly. That's my concern. Thank you.
Muito bem, Malawi. Se calhar antes
Very well, Malawi.
essa oportunidade, o nosso apresentador.
I would perhaps give opportunity to our presenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the concerns from the members of parliament that it would have been helpful to have the strategy document read and explained. Unfortunately, as the evaluators, we have a limitation of role per se. We could do that, but where we come in is desiring to be appraised of the extent to which the honorable members are aware of the existence of the strategy and its contents. We are not in a position to sensitize the honorable members, but we would still be able to engage with the honorable members on their experiences on specific elements. Not that we are actually explaining the strategy, but explaining specific contexts which are described through the strategic objectives. There had been a proposal, Madam Chair, that we would break for lunch. I am not aware how much time there would be after lunch, if there would be a this session would continue after lunch. I remain to be advised. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sim, senhora.
Yes, Mr. Presenter. There's a suggestion here to break for lunch, and then after that we will come back, and then after elections we will give you the opportunity, after some consultation, to go back to this matter. Thank you. Could we do it in that way? So we will now break for lunch.
Voltamos.
And we shall be back.
Uma hora. Vamos observar almoço uma hora ou depois. Agora 15. Voltamos às 15. Agora são 14h30. Agora é 13h30. Voltamos quando for 14h30.
So we will come back in 1 hour. Your colleagues, we will now break for lunch and we will come back to the room in 1 hour at 2:30. Please let us be prompt so that we can complete our agenda and so that we can take advantage of this country's scenery. Thank you.
Recording stopped.